How's it going, everybody? We are back. Hope everyone's having a good ass day. Today, I want to talk about some Twitch-related stuff that I find to be a little important. I've heard some people weighing in on this, and now Mudahar's talking about it as well. And I know what he's going to talk about, and I've got my own opinion. I'm going to let him talk about it a little bit first, and then I'm going to weigh in and say what I think about it. I I definitely think that there's some problems. I don't believe that it's a generalized Twitch thing, though. Okay, so and for those people who don't know what we're talking about, we're gonna let Mudahar introduce the topic, and then I'll weigh in myself. All right, so let's get started on Twitch is a disgustingly evil platform. Ah!
Hello guys and gals, me Mudahar, and
Hello, Mudahar.
today's video is going to be a bit of a heavy subject matter. So before we jump in completely, obviously with the title, you obviously know something is pretty wild at Twitch.
No. Obviously, everything's very tame. Everything's very under control. We've got no problems. Absolutely nobody's upset about anything whatsoever. And you're weird for thinking that there is a problem. And you're weird for thinking that anybody is concerned about anything.
Now, this is in regards to serious world-shattering events that, again, I'm not an expert in, so I'm going to kind of tread lightly in this situation, explain and discuss things that I reasonably can. But if you want to dive away from heavy stuff and you want to stick to something a little bit more.
Okay, like I know I'm nobody to talk, right? I know I'm nobody to talk. Like you could probably hear the audio in my room is like it's like there's three of me talking at the same time. But Mudahar, come on, man. You got 1 million subscribers, not a single one of them knows how to set up your camera correctly.
More, lighthearted, then, tomorrow I'm probably going to be releasing another deep web video, so get excited for that one. We're looking at a lot of wild websites.
Okay.
And if you want to, look at things like LSD Dream Emulator, maybe some more creepypasta stuff, because I'm going back to that. This week is probably going to be a fun week for some of you guys watching Some Ordinary Gamers. A lot of callback to older content that I did and I want to be doing going forward.
Neat.
But this is one of those videos where I've seen it mentioned on the actual Reddit. So if you know that we have the Some Ordinary Gamer subreddit,
Yeah.
and one of the top posts was, stuff about Asmongold the last couple days. So, these were pretty.
I didn't talk about the Asmongold apology video because I thought it was a good apology video, and I didn't think there was all that much to talk about. All the best to Asmongold. I hope he gets his house together. I hope that when he's done, cleaning it in his penance, I hope he does hire a maid to keep it clean for him, just so he can focus on gaming. And I think that one of the best things he could do, if he really wants to like turn all the way into gaming, is just participate in the OnlyFans thing, like with Soda Poppin and all the other OTK people. Just play hardcore WoW with your friends, man. Have a good old time. That's what I think Asmongold should do. Just like throw React content out for like a month and just play video games again. Like every time, like for that first month when he comes back, if he really wants the content to improve, the thing he should be doing is just direct himself entirely to just having fun with his friends, having fun with McConnell. Bring McConnell in, get him into Fangsley, and just have McConnell in there and just play video games with your friends, have a good old time, engage in that. And I think that would be the best thing he could do if he really wants to make to go back to doing good old wholesome family friendly gaming content. That's my opinion.
Highly viewed posts on my subreddit, and they were ones where it kind of dominated the entire community for a little bit. So obviously, it's one of those things where I kind of want to jump into it because the rabbit hole that I've went
Doesn't
down
look like
has shown
Warhammer
me
false
just how
advertising. The Warhammering comes later. But we do need to talk about some stuff.
wild and insane Twitch, if not the entire internet, is effectively becoming. So to give you an idea, Asmongold, a couple days ago, made some rather inflammatory statements that got his account banned for 14 days. Now, these.
Okay, I'm gonna go grab some more water because I've been told to hydrate. watering me like a goddamn plant. Just more stuff to cut out when I upload this on YouTube so people can roast my opinions. And also give me views and subscribers, please. Hey.
Statements in particular I'm going to play, and obviously I just want to preface, Zach Asmongold has pretty much walked these things back.
Yeah,
and
he's
has
apologized for everything.
For it, but
He's apologized for everything. He's admitted that he was an idiot. He's admitted that he painted too wide of a brush, and you could tell that he was getting emotional about it during his apology video, because like he really was blown away by the fact that the people that his words were villainizing were the ones that showed up first and checked with him and asked, "Hey, is everything okay? Like, do you want to talk about this stuff? Do you need help with anything?" It's like, you know, and I guess that's the first thing that's going to make somebody realize that they're being ignorant, right? And I think that there's two types of people who say racist things, right? And mean them, right? I'm not talking about the people who are just saying racist stuff to be funny. You've got the people on one side who just don't know any better, right? The people who, have only ever encountered the worst examples of people of a certain ethnicity, and so they paint everybody in that brush, and they say all people of this, particular country are this way. That's ignorance, right? And then you've got the people who don't care about the truth. Some of them don't even need to have any prior experience with anybody of the ethnicity or culture that they're insulting. They just hate, right? And people who are ignorant, you can talk to them, you can show them that they're wrong. And usually it really only takes one conversation. Sit down with that person and go, "Hey man, you're saying this stuff. You understand that you're wrong about this, there's this and this and this factor." And then you've got Frogan, which we're gonna get to later on in the video. We're only 2 minutes in. I've already paused the video a bunch of times, but like we're gonna get to it later. And people like Frogan, they just fucking hate. And the worst is when people hate, not because it's them, but because they think it's cool to hate. Because, like, if somebody hates because they're, hateful, okay, sure. But if they hate because they're a grifter, ew, right? Like, the person who hates because they're hateful, you can fight that person verbally, right? You can fight their ideas, you can do all that stuff, and you can look at them as an equal on the battleground of ideas and the battleground of speech. You can have those battles with them. But if somebody is just being hateful because it's their grift, ew. I said, you're pathetic. You're fucking disgusting. And by the way, that's Sneeko. That's oh my god, who's that anti-Semite white supremacist who's like a neo-Nazi on YouTube? That like he's really well dressed, really nice hair, and like, oh man, I forget his name. Doesn't matter, really. But like the fucking Fresh and Fit, Sneeko, Andrew Tate, all of these guys, like you can tell that everything that they're saying it because it's the thing that will get them the most attention. And they're not even worth engaging with, right? The people who are hateful because they're actually hateful are the ones that you need to engage with, because those are the people who actually are dangerous and who actually will perpetuate the idea and who actually need to be engaged directly. And if you just silence those people, now you don't know what they're doing. They're going to continue doing it. You just don't know what they're doing. And so you're not going to be able to react on time when they actually turn things around on you, and it becomes very dangerous.
You exactly what triggered a entire giant domino effect on Twitch. We're going to play this clip right here and kind of touch upon it briefly.
If you want to consider a genocide as a systematic killing of a group of people, they have genocide built into Sharia law right now. So no, I'm not going to cry a river when people who have genocide that's baked into their laws are getting genocided. I don't give a They're terrible people. It's not even a question.
So
He's apologized for all of that. He's admitted he was wrong. He's shown his embarrassment. Okay. One thing he did say was regarding Sharia law, and whether or not that is true is not the point here, right? The problem is that he then said that because of what is written in Sharia law, which a lot of people in these lands don't agree with and have, struggled to combat and struggled to fix, because of the laws, none of the people deserve any mercy. They don't deserve any grace. They don't deserve any pity or any help, right? That was his argument, which he's admitted is wrong, and it is wrong because these people have struggled against what is a very oppressive system of laws. Those laws were born a long time ago when their religious leaders took over their actual legislative bodies during a bunch of armed conflicts, right? Different countries had different reasons, but it kind of happened to most of those countries in that area. And a lot of the people nowadays, all these years later, are very much struggling against that.
cut the whole clip off over here real quick. Obviously,
smart.
this kind of inflamed individuals because Zach was
why.
referring to Muslims, specifically from what I understand, Palestinians at the
Yes.
time, when asked to talk about a conflict like this. Now, obviously, Zach was one of those people that said, weird as fuck to see many people coming out with statements about this conflict.
Okay, but that was a year ago, right? That was a year ago. And in this case, he specifically talked about it in response to somebody else talking about it to him, right? He didn't go out of his way to engage in the topic himself. He was scrolling his Reddit, somebody made a post, and he responded to that post directly, right?
They need to comment on it. Can we stop this weird culture around expecting people with no relevant backgrounds or educations to talk about world events / politics? And I actually agree 100% on that. It's one of the reasons why I don't really go into these topics, because I'm a fat Indian guy whose background is computer science and cybersecurity. That's all I know, okay? That's where I come down to. It's either that or playing video games. I'm not a global expert on anything, which is why I really don't talk about these situations. So obviously Asmongold walked it back, apologized, and said, my bad. Of course, no one deserves to have their life destroyed, even if they do things, or have views I find regressive. So in this situation, one could, if they were to extend the charitability, could say that Asmongold was probably referring to extremists in the Islamic religion, and their view on people in the LGBTQ camp, all right? As you all know, religious fundamentalists, whether you're in Islam or any religion, probably don't take too kindly to people that are gay, and that's probably...
To be fair, religious fundamentalists in the US also don't take too kindly to gay people.
What Asmongold was going for. Now, obviously, his idea of conflating this was probably not the smartest way to handle the situation, and that's pretty much how the situation ended up going. Now, he earned himself a 14-day ban, and what this did was basically show people that, hey, listen, this is wild stuff being said.
Yep.
This is some insane shit going on Twitch. But down the road on Twitch, there were plenty of other commentators known as Hassan Piker, and a few people in the politics sphere that basically showed that there is kind of a double standard in how Twitch enforces its actual, TOS. So a couple, days ago, if not a day ago, it turned out that Twitch was apparently banning accounts from Israel from actually signing up.
I don't think this is true. I think this was something regarding... this is my view of it. Mudahar is going to be much more well-informed on this, but from my understanding, this is something on Israel's side where they're just blocking certain ISPs. I don't know why. I don't know. I'll let Mudahar speak on this, but from my understanding, this wasn't related to Twitch.
Making an account from Israel on Twitch, it apparently ended up being where Twitch provided one error into its site code where it said, oops, we encountered an unexpected error. 2023 was the error code, and the code was blocked country IP. So this apparently ended up being addressed by Twitch. This was brought forward by Destiny and his co-host on his podcast, where they basically said we wanted to address concerns we've seen about whether we're preventing Twitch account signups in some regions.
The Destiny chair.
When signing up for a Twitch account, you can select an account verification method, email or phone, for added protection. Following the October 7, 2023 attacks, we temporarily disabled signups with email verification in Israel and Palestine. Now, obviously,
so it was both countries.
Wild stuff indeed. But why did they do it? We did this to prevent uploads of graphic material related to the attack and to protect the safety of users. It's interesting how the site specifically picked this geolocated region in specific, especially when this wasn't enacted during Ukraine and Russia, or really any country that is still currently actively at war right now as we speak, okay? But
to be fair, the Ukraine conflict, the Ukraine-Russian conflict wasn't controversial, right? When somebody talked about their opinion on the Russia-Ukraine conflict, almost everybody was saying, yeah, Russia's in the wrong. Ukraine has the right to defend itself. And at this point, the conversation has kind of died down. No action is necessary. Now, I don't think that any action was necessary of this type, but they are blocking the ISPs from both Israel and Palestine. And do I think they're wrong for doing it? No, I completely understand. Do I think they needed to do it? No, I also don't think they needed to do it. But they're not wrong for doing it. They just don't want to have that stuff on the website, and they probably were seeing a lot more uploads from Israel and Palestine than they were seeing from Ukraine and Russia, which is something that I've also noticed. Like I've seen a lot more people uploading footage of Israel, Palestine than I saw Ukraine, Russia.
But anyways, to go further in, signups were not disabled, and we continued to see signups from both regions. Users could choose to sign up with phone verification. We've learned that inadvertently, we did not re-enable email verification signups for either region. Now, they've been community noted where they said even signups were impossible when using a phone number. So we deeply regret this unacceptable miss and the confusion it has caused. We fixed this issue, meaning all affected users.
Disregard it. Like I'm not trying to disregard this, but what game is on the background here?
Users can
this
sign
game looks
up
kind of
with
neat.
Email verification. We've also heard concerns about whether our community guidelines apply to all content on our service, and we continue to enforce our rules as consistently as possible and are actively reviewing content and taking enforcement action whenever needed. Now, this last paragraph might be the biggest fucking sack of shit I have ever read from a company like this in my entire time on the internet.
True. Twitch has a big problem with content monetization.
But to give you an idea, this was not like a VPN block or something of that nature. This was actual written into code, a geo-block of an entire region. So why would Twitch decide to ban Israel of all countries, especially after all of this has happened, from producing accounts and signing up to their service? It just doesn't make any sense. Well, since then, a fair amount of clips have come out that have addressed some individuals on Twitch promoting some rather wild thoughts. So we're going to go down the clip rampage and just go through some of the wildest shit people have been digging out.
I want to see the clips.
Now,
I want to see the clips.
CEO Dan Clancy comes out and says, "We just posted an explanation of what happened. We're very sorry about the oversight. It only came to our attention today. As mentioned in the tweet, it did not affect people using mobile phone verification." Now, what's really interesting about this whole situation is when somebody like Dan Clancy says, "Oh, wow, we just found it out now." There was actually a small movement known as Baluat Twitch from actual Israeli content creators, where they actually brought the situation up. They dug into the inspect element, they dug into the console.
I understand that, Moda. You also didn't know this person was doing this because this person has 2,000 views, 1.9 thousand views. That's nothing, right? Dan Clancy's not going to see this tweet. Okay, if there's 1,000 tweets like this, all of them having this many views, so a total of 1 million views, nobody's going to see that, right? Nobody's going to know that this is happening. In fact, you probably didn't know this was happening. So let's not pretend that, oh, this was happening for a while. It's like, okay, they saw it now. This is an unfair thing if you're going to say that this is something that they should have known about because people tweeted about it before, right? People tweeted to Twitch all the fucking time with way bigger tweets than this. So
for their web browser. And right over here, it said it gave the same thing. Error 2023, blocked country IP. So when people started to email them around, right, Twitch support was like, hey, I'm really sorry that you're having issues creating an account. We reviewed your case thoroughly and confirmed. Unfortunately, you are not eligible to create a Twitch account. So nowhere did they say use a cell phone number, not an email. That wasn't brought up. And then, of course, the further you dig out into it, one of the receipts that I saw posted was one from the Twitch user voice, where apparently a certain idea was deleted. That idea in particular was in response to you can't create an account in the region of Israel or Palestine. So, again, it's a geo-block, it seems, of the area, allegedly.
yeah.
I agree. We're also people. You cannot make us not watch our favorite streamers just because we are from Israel, Palestine. So, insane shit.
Yeah, it's definitely a bad thing that this was a thing, but I believe Dan when he says that he wasn't aware of it, and therefore when he became aware of it, he corrected it. This was most likely done by someone, right? Like one or maybe two or three people, like a small amount of people who have access to the code snuck it in. I wouldn't be surprised about that. Because that's kind of what happens on these types of platforms that are really big and kind of bloated, and they draw in a lot of people who have very strong opinions because they don't really go outside a lot, and so their only outlet is working on these platforms, whether they be on the back end or the front end, talking to people. And so they make use of the power that they have to enforce their ideas on the people that they have power over. And so I wouldn't be surprised if this was a very localized problem, that somebody snuck this in and it just never made it all the way up to Dan, right?
To be
I wouldn't be
fucking
surprised.
seeing. You know, at one point you get this piece of shit CEO that comes out and tells you, yeah, we only found out about it. I mean, again, it's just a blatant lie. So why the fuck would you need to lie? If anything, that just makes me more like, it just aggravates anybody watching this because you feel talked down to, you feel mocked at the end of the day, and it's such a condescending way to communicate to people that can easily counter you in about 5 minutes. Honestly, if you really think about it, this rule actually hurt Gazans more than it ever would have hurt Israelis, because as geo-block, if it targeted that region, you know, if you wanted to allow people to document and live stream the real atrocities that are occurring to them in that region, you know, Palestinians could have used a platform to showcase themselves. In reality, it shows how borderline, like, it shows how stupid Twitch can be. And in them trying to, I guess, protect people, they inadvertently limited people's, like, ability to express and produce content that could actually be eye-opening to a lot of people who...
Which is why you shouldn't block people's ability to talk, because a lot of the times in your attempt to block the oppressor, you also block the oppressed.
Don't know about the situation beyond what they read on the internet and through their feeds. But Dan Clancy is somebody that literally allows this site...
Not to mention, if you have the ability to stop an oppressor from talking, maybe they're not oppressing anyone. Maybe they don't have the ability to oppress. Maybe. Not always the case. Not always the case, of course. But if you have control over the means of communication, maybe you're the person who's able to oppress and unoppress. And maybe the person that you decide to oppress is the one being oppressed. I don't know, just, you know.
To foster some of the wildest shit you'll ever hear. Now, there's a website known as danclancysucks.com, where it goes through a treasure trove of some of the most popular streamers on the site. One of the most popular political streamer, Hassan Piker, and of course several of his, like, you know, people in his camp.
I definitely believe that Hassan is one of the worst people on Twitch. Not just because of what he thinks, but because of how big of an influence he has on people, right? He has absolute trash opinions. He's a terrorist sympathizer. No, I'm not going to argue this with anybody. Look up clips of it, right? He's had terrorists on stream. He's talked about how amazing terrorists are. He's sympathized with terrorists. He stated that he's in support of not Palestine, but Hamas itself. So the guy is absolutely a terrorist sympathizer. He should not be on Twitch. It's an absolute disgrace that he's even allowed to speak in public.
Like Frogan or really any of these other, like, political people, these political slop creators. And again, I highly do mention the word slop. I know that people would say that, Muda, you make slop.
No.
Pyrocynical makes slop. Charlie makes slop. Lots of people make slop. Now, I would say that in terms of political content creators,
there's a difference between fast food and slop. Slop is something that will it's just bad, right? It doesn't taste good. It's just slop. You eat it, it's bad for you, it tastes bad, but there's nothing else, right? Or you're so convinced that you need to take that that's all you take. Fast food videos aren't that, right? Somebody who's just speaking their mind about a specific topic and like uploading 1 or 2 videos every day, and it's like either gameplay or react content. That's not slop. That's fast food videos.
kind of stuff and clips that
They're not necessarily good for you, but they're also not bad for you. And it's just, don't watch too many of them, obviously, but, it's just for enjoyment and you can have fun with it. It's not going to actively make you a worse person every time you watch another one of those videos, which Hassan's content will do.
Are some of the most inflammatory shit that I have seen, and it comes from people that really have.
And by the way, he's not the only one. He's just the biggest one with the biggest circle.
No understanding about what they're talking about. But Twitch has allowed a platform where you can just say whatever you want to say with no actual repercussion, provided your politics are on their side. Similar to how Twitter or really any other form of social media kind of handles it. If you condemn Twitter for how they portray certain things on the internet or how, toxic their platform can get, you also have to actually condemn Twitch or really any platform for that matter. So, for instance, according to Twitch and their community guidelines, if you go down to, actual civility and respect, hateful conduct, Twitch aims to be a place where everyone can come together and share community experiences. So what they say is Twitch does not permit behavior that is motivated by hatred, prejudice, or intolerance.
I'm so happy that Mudahar is going through all of these topics, because now I don't have to do it myself. I can just react to his video. See, that's why this is fast food, right? Like the work is done for me. I just need to bring up Mudahar's video and speak over his thing, just massive props to Mudahar. That's why I like him.
Discrimination, denigration, harassment, or violence based on the following protected characteristics. So those characteristics are race, ethnicity, color, caste, national origins, immigration status, religion, sex, gender, gender identity, orientation, disability, serious medical condition, and veteran status. So, because Twitch said, we like to enforce our shit very equally, listen to what one of Twitch's political streamers has to say. This is Frogan coming at you with the dumbest shit that I've heard in a while.
Not dumb. Not dumb. What she's saying isn't dumb. It's evil. And that's an important distinction to make, because there is a difference between somebody who is incompetent and somebody who is malicious. Now, if somebody is incompetent enough, the results are interchangeable, right? In this case, she is being purely malicious. Everything she's saying is coming from a place, not of ignorance, but of pure, undiluted hatred.
I have no pity at all for any soldiers.
Why is she eating?
Stress, thank you so much.
Why is she always eating?
I don't have any pity for any soldiers. U.S. military? Boo fucking who? I hope you get PTSD. I do the ones the ones I'm like whatever about the U.S. soldiers are the ones that like acknowledge that like what they did was wrong. They didn't know back then. Whatever. You're a good person in my book. Oh my god, Tom, thank you so much for the 10 gifted. So the U.S. military that are like, yeah, like, I did this back then, but now I know it's wrong. Like, I'm changed. Like, imperialism, this. You don't deserve the PTSD.
What I think is funny, though, she's saying, fuck imperialism, fuck this. She is the type of person to be okay with imperialism so long as it's not white people doing it. Because she and Hassan have shown support for Chinese imperialism recently, because Chinese military went after some fishermen of another country because they wanted that land. They wanted that, not land. They wanted that aquatic territory. But that's okay, and in fact, they showed like active support for them. But fucking imperialism, though.
Like any other motherfucker, you're joining them. You're, oh my god, I want my Camaro, no student loans. Fuck you. I hope you get PTSD.
Man, eat another
And I hope you
pancake.
get no health insurance when you get back in America.
Há globo para tudo que quiser.
Oh, how out of touch do you gotta be? How privileged do you gotta be to sit there on your ass in California and just badmouth the people that take a bullet for your freedoms every single day? The most outrageous shit you'll ever hear. Like, downright, just hateful rhetoric.
Yeah.
Now, obviously,
It's not even ignorance. It's not even ignorance. She's just evil. It's just evil.
The people who are in the military were like, whoa, we're getting that Camaro. I have never in a million years met somebody, and I've met plenty of friends, friends who are actually active military, people that are retired military at this point. They've done their careers. People that have played video games who've told me about their stories. Never once have I ever heard people jump into the army for that free, juicy Camaro. Ooh.
People will serve in times of peace, but those people never, for, the student loan thing and all that, those people rarely get deployed, though. Stuff is old-ish. It's old-ish, right?
Ooh. Maybe the student loans, and as somebody
Her opinions
that,
are old,
at the time,
but
financially speaking, I
don't think
needed
the
money
clip is
for
that
school.
old.
I probably would have joined the Canadian Air Force, out of
I don't
a
watch Frogan,
patriotic
though. I don't watch Frogan because I like streams where the person spends more than 5 minutes between each meal.
But also because you sign a bond with them, you work in the military, you get your school paid for, good schooling, and that's kind of how things go. It's a deal you end up making. I think a lot of people that join the military who are these cogs in the machine that you'd be so willing to say, yeah, I hope you get PTSD if you're not, this reformed person that, has to bend the knee constantly because of your service to your country. Yeah, I think those people are usually in the military out of necessity, or, at some point they need a career, they need to join something. And the military is a great provider of it. The military also produces a lot of those same technologies you use to stream your nonsense garbage on the internet. They do a lot more than just this imperialism that she, likes to throw around. There is very valid criticisms you can make of the U.S. military, but I think going after the cogs in the machine, the people that are the grunts, the foot soldiers, is just insane. This kind of rhetoric doesn't really bring anyone together. If anything, all it does is just sow more.
Insane is when the thought process doesn't make logical sense. The thought process makes logical sense. It's just an evil thought process.
Discord and, so more issues amongst people who are already facing a lot of issues right now. People who are...
And by the way, the thought process makes logical sense because her thought process begins and ends with, I want America to fail. That's it. She just hates America. That's it. Did you see the video on Loser of Shadow? I have not yet. We'll have to watch it some other time, though. But yeah, that's the thing with Froga. And with Hassan and their entire sofa. They live in America. They benefit off of all of the things that you get in America by being moderately wealthy, because they are. Most of them are moderately wealthy. In the case of Hassan, he's just a straight-up millionaire. They benefit from all these things, all the while talking shit about America. America's a really nice place to be rich in. Watch you on head. She's funny. Oh, I do watch you on head.
This kind of rhetoric doesn't really, portray anything. She might think this is based, but at the end of the day, it's just literally cowardice behavior that, you're displaying from the internet. You're not...
It's safe edgy, right? Because you can say, fuck the military, and most people on the internet will go, woo, yay, woo! And everybody agrees with you on the internet, right? It's cowardly, as Mudahar said. Because you're not actually making a point. You're not taking a stand against anything. You're just kicking people who are already down. Especially in her case, she's kicking veterans with PTSD. She didn't just go after veterans. She didn't go after the veterans in Vietnam who had fun shooting at kids, right? That's not what she said. She didn't say that. She didn't talk about this hyper this hyper-characterized version of an evil veteran who literally went to war because he was like, oh, I'm gonna go shoot civilians. No, that's not what she said. She said those veterans who went to war came back and now they have PTSD, they're homeless, they can't get a job, and they can't get any help. And she kicked those guys. What the fuck? Consider they protect our boy, broken more rules on Twitch than anyone. Hassan. Yeah, he's actually the problem with Hassan is that he's actually really careful. He makes sure that he doesn't break the rules. He just brings in other people that break the rules outside of Twitch, but he himself doesn't break the rules. Hassan is very smart about that shit.
Really actually providing any solution. You're just sitting over there wishing that people who literally fight for your freedoms every day would get probably the worst post-traumatic stress disorder or mental illnesses because of their service. I mean, honestly, if you were a serviceman and you heard this shit, I would actually understand if you probably regretted your service afterwards, or if you actually question your patriotism. If these are the actual, people that you're fighting for, the people that you're, hoping live their freedoms, right? In the manner that they've become so accustomed to and, have literally taken for granted. It's just hateful shit that
He's broken several of their rules on stream. One of the Twitch overlords love him. I do think he's the thing with Hassan is just he's a very influential person in the upper echelons of society because he is very well known by a lot of very rich people. And they like him a lot. They think he's charming because he's a handsome guy. He's tall. He's kind of muscular. They like him, right? And then he has these dog shit opinions that just show how hateful and small of a person he really is. It's pretty proven because there's a video of Dan, what's his face, talking about her son, and then also sending a number in a video on his birthday, wishing him a happy birthday. Oh yeah, but like Dan Clancy talks to a lot of the really big streamers. I wouldn't consider that like favoritism for Hassan specifically. But yeah, Hassan is definitely one of those people that should not be on the platform.
Spouting, and realistically it just comes from this very one-sided view of the army or really your country.
And I say this because like Dan Clancy has done more collabs with like Asmongold than with Hassan. He's hung out with Asmongold and the OTK guys a lot more than he did with Hassan, and Asmongold still got a 2-week ban, right? Also photos of him and Hassan playing sports. Yeah, but like Asmongold was also spent time with Dan, and they've gone out for dinner and they've hung out and they've talked to each other and like even done collabs. And Asmongold still got banned. Like Dan Clancy hangs out with streamers, a lot of streamers. So like there's gonna be content online between him and Hassan. Like I don't think that's the big issue. I think Dan is a really good CEO of Twitch. I think he has his thumb on the pulse of Twitch.
It feels like a lot of the extreme leftists on the internet have literally just amounted to their policy being America bad, and realistically never really looking at any of these things from a nuanced perspective. On a side note, I also love how these people talk about getting universal health care for people, which is genuinely a cool thing to see people.
Yes, but it's here's the thing. That's why I say that these people are the real fascists, because it's universal health care except for you. The law is for everybody, except for when we need to break it to hurt the people we want to hurt, right? I think I said one bad thing, but Hassan, or how you say, his name is said and done so many things that break Twitch rules. Yeah, but that's the thing. Asmongold has kind of said stuff that was also kind of on the edge a lot, and it's the same thing with Hassan. I don't think you can point to something that Hassan has said that is like outright breaking Twitch rules that wasn't punished to some extent, right? When he said America deserved 9/11 all those years ago, he immediately took it back, right? He immediately said, okay, in Minecraft, I meant in Minecraft. I don't mean in real life. Like, it's a shame that all those people died. He immediately walked it back, which immediately is the thing that Twitch can go, yeah, but he walked it back, so we don't have to punish him. So yeah, understand why Asmongold is banned. Let's be honest. Watched a lot of the clips. Hassan has said a lot of things that are way worse. Yes, he said things that are worse, but he said them in a way that isn't bannable. That's the thing, right?
Actually, live and not be in.
Also, Hassan has this massive circle of people and moderators who share his opinion, and not to mention Hassan, The main difference between Hassan and Asmongold is that Hassan has the opinions that are popular on the internet. The internet is a very left-wing place, right? Hassan has these left-wing opinions that a lot of the moderation staff on Twitch is going to agree with. And the left-wing opinion is Palestine good, Israel bad, right? If Asmongold has said the exact same thing he did, but about Israel, he wouldn't have been banned, right? So it really does come down to that. Considering they're against him, the left wing controls the government, the media, and all that stuff. Exactly, right? They're against imperialism when it's done by the people that they dislike. And in this case, these guys hate America and
indebted
white
to
people.
the medical industry of the United States because they happen to get sick or go through something serious. No, your medical rights are only really present as long as you share your political views with us. I mean, how fucking backwards, out of touch bullshit is this? When you
It's fascistic. That's all it is, Mudahar. It's actually fascistic. It's fascistic. Like, there is no better word to describe
got to hear it, right? It's like
it's the rule applies to everyone except the people that I don't like. It's not even except the people who have committed a crime. It's not people who have done something heinous, because a lot of states that aren't fascistic revoke the rights of criminals. Not all the rights, but some of the rights. For example, in the US, if you're a criminal, if you've committed a felony, you're not allowed to possess a firearm. That's a revocation of rights. These people don't even want to do that. They don't want to do that. They want to say free healthcare for everyone unless I don't like you. And that's why it's fascistic, right?
I hope you get PTSD, and I hope America doesn't pay for your medical stuff. I mean, they're military people. If you had any basic understanding, they probably have earned, their medical protections because of the service.
Depends on which state you're in as well. It all comes down to which state you are when it's America. Yes, that's because America is a conjunction of states, each state being pretty much its own country. And then the President of America is the President of the United States of America is kind of the president of a union of states, each of which is its own country for all intents and purposes. Like the United States of America is much closer to the UN than it is to its own actual country.
That they've offered. Just insane stuff to see.
Now, will Twitch ban this person for, their obvious, obvious hateful conduct on the site? Probably not. They're just walking around.
Yes, because it's that thing I said. It's not about anything else. It's about the fact that her opinions and the opinions of the moderation team are the same because she's very left-wing and she has very internet-esque opinions.
Completely free. It's insane.
If she said any of this stuff to somebody in real life, she'd be lucky not to get jumped.
Shit, it's a laissez-faire attitude. Now, obviously, after some...
The U.S. military conducts some of the most horrific crimes against humanity in the modern era in countries such as Iraq, or Iraq, however you want to pronounce it, Afghanistan, Syria, Lebanon, and Palestine. My anger is directed at individuals who are currently championing these war crimes as if they liberated my people. You live in America. You were most likely born in America. Actually, let's look this up. Frogan. Writing Iraq doesn't actually tell me how you pronounce it, Robuda Gilliman. Half Lebanese, half white. Father comes from a Muslim family. Okay, so here's the thing. Frogan is American. She was born in America. She was born in Dearborn, Michigan. Therefore, her people are Americans. She's not Iraqi. She's not Afghanistan. She's not an Afghani. She's not a Syrian. She's not Lebanese or Palestinian. She's American.
Backlash, this complete dipshit comes out and goes, I realize that wishing people harm isn't the best way to talk about these issues. Really?
Wait, did she not even, walk it back? I kind of expected her to. Beginning of it was worded poorly. I do apologize for that. So she doesn't disagree with it. She just says I worded it poorly. I go on to clarify in the clip that I do not mean all military. You're right. You only mean those with no remorse. What do you mean those with no remorse? Everybody has remorse for killing unless they're psychopaths, which are 1% of the population. So like, yeah, no, everybody has remorse of killing, of being a soldier, like it's the normal thing. It's why PTSD is so common. But you specifically actually said the people with PTSD. So those people always have remorse. You just said people with PTSD that aren't against imperialism. So she didn't say people with no remorse. She said people who don't agree with me politically. So she said that's what she said. So like this is a lie. She's just lying here. What I said was out of frustration as they are currently bombing my family in the name of liberation. No, they're not. I realize that wishing people harm isn't the best way to talk about these issues, and that I could have talked about these topics in a more sensitive way. Yeah, I don't believe Frogan has any family anywhere that's currently being quote unquote bombed by the U.S. military. And by the way, if she is so against this, then she should be a Trump supporter because wasn't Trump the one trying to pull out of those areas? Just saying.
I realize that wishing people harm isn't the best way to talk about these issues. Really? Really? Wow! And these people are supposed to be the fucking intellectual bastions on the internet. Really?
Yeah.
You think that being hateful isn't going to attract people? Whoa, hold on a minute. You're telling me that it's easier to attract people with honey than vinegar? Say it ain't so, Chief. That's wild shit. Now, going down further into this specific cretin, one thing...
Oh my god, this fucking thing. I'm so glad she got banned over this.
That really came out wild
so
was this
glad she got banned
TwitchCon
over this.
sponsored event. Now this is 3 weeks ago, so this is very recent. Like this is again very much in Twitch's sponsored event. Now this is 3 weeks ago, so this is very recent. Like this is.
Why did he just blink with his entire face? Like look at him blink with his entire face.
Like this is
Anyway,
again very much
she got
in
banned?
Twitch's
Yeah.
line. So she posts this like clip or video. It's like, how Arab are these Twitch streamers, right? So it's live at TwitchCon, and if you actually watch the content over here, you'll see that they're pretty much sponsored by Chevron, okay, Samsung, Capcom. They got some pretty big sponsors right over here, insane stuff. So if you look at the actual like tier list, you can see that Arab streamers S, Hassan Piker, funny, the Turkish guy is on the Arab.
Yeah, he's not even Arab
list. All right. Then you've got like AB, the actual Arabs. And then of course on the F tier, this is where it gets interesting.
People. Yeah.
You've got Ethan Klein and Ben Shapipo.
I almost choked on my water when he said Shapipo.
So at this point we reached like, all right, S is good. S is good tier. A and B are not as good as S, but it's there. F tier, that tier just gives me the heebie-jeebies. Yeah, the man. Jews? Ooh, boy, oh boy.
More like J tier, am I right?
Watch the clip. And
Go away.
You look at this tier list that they're doing. It's insane because like at the top they've got the Arab.
XQC is Arab coded?
They've got Arab coded.
Is that Mizkif? They put Mizkif on thinks it's a slur.
Thinks it's a slur, and then the words love Sabra. Now Sabra apparently.
Wait! I need to see this. So that's Hassan is Arab. He's not even Arab. I don't know what this means. I don't know who this is. That looks like Ludwig, who is one of the whitest motherfuckers I've ever seen. I think. Oh man, who's that? That guy's name. What's his name? I'm trying to remember his name, but I can't think of his name right now. Like all of a sudden. What is that one's name? Scrolling through my follow list on Twitch because I follow him, but I'm not remembering his name. It's not Sea Dog. It's not Connor. Where is it? Doug. Yeah, I think this is Doug. I don't recognize that. I think this is Mizkif, because I think Mizkif might be Jewish. I don't know. And yeah, that's
Thinks it's a
Ethan Klein.
slur, and then the words "love Sabra." Now, Sabra apparently, in their eyes, is like they're referring to like a brand of hummus that exists in Israel.
Yeah, it's also
that
a
is
fruit.
basically in part of a boycott. Now, Sabra also translates to Israeli Jew or Jew born in Israel.
Well, as a slur, yes.
So realistically, if we're gonna use the terminology that these people politically like to use, this is what we consider a dog whistle. Okay.
Yeah, it's a no. It's actually a straight up a slur. If you use it to refer to people if you use a word based on somebody's ethnicity or identity in general, and you use it to refer to them in a demeaning term, it is a slur. Therefore, Sabra, in this context, is a slur, not a dog whistle. It's an outright slur. Get it right, Murahar. For example, if I were to look at an Italian man and call him a pizza man, that's a slur. It's incorrect because I am looking at him and I am going, hey, you, Mr. Italian man, pizzas are from Italy, therefore you are a pizza man. In the same way, they are looking at Jewish people, hey, Sabra is a fruit from Israel. And it's a company that makes hummus and it's Israel based, right? Therefore, I'm calling you a Sabra because that's what you are. You are a Sabra person. That's a slur, okay? I wouldn't say that wouldn't be wrong because a good majority of the time are usually pizza men. But you get what I mean.
Because in reality, this is what they're actually going for. I mean, the thumbnail that I showed you, and again, these are the same people that judged me based on the thumbnail that I used for like the Keffels video. So to give
Yeah.
you a quick idea to understand, putting two Jews in the F tier kind of gives you an idea of like where they're at.
Oh yeah,
Arab being at the top.
See, the actual dog whistle is this, right? This is the dog whistle, putting an Arab at the top, and then putting the Jews at the bottom, and also using an edited photo of Ethan Klein to try and sully him. Not to mention, Ethan and Hassan were friends before the Israel thing. And they stopped being friends because Hassan refused to tell his audience, hey, chill the fuck out. Ethan's my friend. He refused to do that. And so now, because Ethan stopped being friends with Hassan because his audience kept harassing him, now Hassan's circle, Hassan himself hasn't done this because he's a fucking coward, but Hassan's circle now treats Ethan as fair game to, sully and do all that stuff. It's like how he first showed up on Destiny's channel. Yeah.
Jew being at the bottom, okay? See, I can look at this and immediately understand that this is most definitely designed to be hateful rhetoric, right?
They stopped being friends long before that, though. No. It was around that time because they even had a podcast together. They had a podcast together before the Israel thing. They had a podcast together, and then when the current conflict popped off, I think it was around November, because there was August 7, there was a few months of it, and then like people on the internet kind of started to get heated up about it, and they just started attacking anybody with any amount of Jewish or Israeli descent, and they found out that Gila was in the IDF, and so they just started harassing Ethan and Gila. And Ethan, turned to his friend Hassan and said, hey, can you ask your audience not to be saying this stuff to me and my wife? And he said, hey, man, I don't control them. So, yeah.
Like, no matter how you want to cut and slice it, if I had done this, or anybody had done this, or people who were opposed politically to these people would do it, they would say that this is hateful conduct. This
Yes.
is literally hateful conduct occurring on the platform.
Yes.
Now, will
By every
Twitch
definition.
punish the accounts responsible for that kind of display of
They did.
idiocy on the platform? No.
They did.
Will Twitch do any? No.
They did. That's the thing, Mudahar. They did. They did punish them. By the time of this, when did this video drop? A day ago. I think 2 days ago is when they got banned. So this video is out of date, and I hope he corrects it later on in the video. There's still plenty of time. There's still 19 minutes in the video. But yes, they absolutely did punish them. They absolutely got banned for it. But I think that this has actually been going on for a while. There's the upper echelons of Twitch, and those people are very, very left wing. And when I say left wing, I mean American left wing. So this has nothing to do with politics. It's entirely about ideological possession. And their ideological possession comes down to hating the Western world. They don't hate Israel for anything that Israel has done, because they hated Israel long before this conflict started. And long before this conflict started, Israel had always been in a defensive war against Palestine. It had always been defensive. The Palestinian military would attack Israel, Israel would hit back, and then it goes back to being a Cold War. And these people have always been against Israel's very act of just existence. Like, the fact that these people will go around shouting, "From the river to the sea." Do you know what "from the river to the sea" means, guys? It means that every Israeli from the river to the sea should be dead. That's what that means. I'm gonna look up what the actual river is. The Jordan River to the Mediterranean Sea. I was forgetting the name of the river, but it's from the Jordan River to the Mediterranean Sea. Every Israelite in that area should be dead so that Palestinians can take Israel for themselves. That's what "from the river to the sea" means. It's a call to genocide. Okay? So all of these people, if you have banned Asmongold for saying this stuff, you should ban all of these other people, every single one of them. There is not a single one of them who has stated this with their chest out proudly and then proclaiming that they're the good guys. Not a single one of them deserves to have a platform, because they are hateful. They're using their platform to spread hate. It's not ignorance. They know what they're talking about, because they portray themselves as, "We're very informed. This is what we do. This is our livelihood. We do this for a living." Every single one of them banned them. If you're banning people for hateful conduct, these people should be banned. Okay? But Mudahar is actually, he still has 19 minutes of the video left. I don't actually want to keep watching the video though, so I'm actually going to link the video for anybody who wants to watch the video to check it out. So go ahead and check it out if you haven't already. But with that being said, that's all that I wanted to talk about on this topic. I'll see you guys again next time. Have a good one. Cheers. With that being said, though, I think it's about time to go and beat on some Xenos with a Warhammer. The Grimdark challenge is actually still going, funnily enough. I wasn't invited. But we will be beating the crap out of some Xenos anyway. On Grimdark difficulty, obviously. Because it's fun. And because they actually cannot stop me, no matter how much they try. Did I turn off the right thing? Yeah, I did. Cool. My lip hurts. It's not as dehydrated as it was yesterday, though. I think I'm gonna play when we get the DLC this Friday, but I need someone to team up with, unfortunately, because I know you can do multiplayer. I just don't know how I've seen people do it. There's the cooperative mode here. You click on that, and then same server region, co-op version, and then you just put it in the lobby ID, and you can play together with your friends. I think you can have up to 6 friends, but I don't know. I like playing these games solo, because I like doing the voices. Although I guess it's a different experience altogether, right? Oh, it's the servo skull. I was like, what the fuck is that on my head? It's funny when you get other people to do voices with you. True. It's like a different thing, right? You're all messing around. But I like doing the voices by myself, just sitting back, chillaxing in my chair. Oh, fine, give me the profit factor. So I was told to look out for more signs of gene stealer infestation. And now something is happening. Oh no. Elentok, I finally find you in this dwelling. This symbol has many meanings. Humility, grief, loss, shame, regret. I hope you'll accept them all, because I am sorry for what happened to your world, to your subjects, to your palace, and for what my kin did to them. Your kin? You've never referred to the Drukhari as such before. We come from the same source, Elentok. We share the same blood. Even though the Drukhari's blood is distorted and their souls empty, it is a fact that cannot simply be brushed aside. It's not your fault, Iliad. My words will not heal the wounds nor bring back the fallen, and they will not restore your protectorate. However, Iliad falls silent, and her deep, piercing gaze seems to reach down into the very depths of your soul. Iliad? Look, Elentok. The gaze of a child of a Surian can penetrate deeper than a monkey's. Why do you call me fucking slurs? She who thirsts demons really love the Eldar souls. Well, that's because demons in 40k are extensions of the gods. They're not like fully sapient themselves. They're just extensions. Greater demons are kind of sapient to some extent, but they are still extensions of the greater deity itself. So the demons of Slaanesh are just Slaanesh. And I can see all the heaviness that has accumulated in your soul during our travels. I see it in your gestures, in the tilt of your head, in the change in your scent. If you will allow me, it's the first time you've heard Iliad sound so indecisive and guilty. I will help you cast off this burden and cleanse your soul and mind of worry. How exactly are you going to help me? It is difficult to describe, Elentok. But your soul shines bright and your mind is strong enough for you to be able to immerse yourself in your own mind and cleanse it of unnecessary cares. I'm still not sure that your species is capable of such a thing, but it is worth a try. If nothing comes out of it, then the only thing you will lose is a small fraction of your time. And I will be your guide in this journey. I will help you to enter the meditative state, to get to know yourself. Of course, that is if you will let me. Immersing yourself in your soul is a deeply intimate process, but you will not be able to do it without me. Iliad thoughtfully brushed a strand of red hair away from her face. And I promise you, Elentok, that I will not judge you, your world, or anything that takes place inside it. We will see only what you want to see. Embers of genuine curiosity glimmer in her emerald gaze. To know a human soul is a unique opportunity for an Eldari, and Iliad's uncharacteristic caution and uncertainty imply that she is also discomfited by her own keen interest. From the first Greater Prince demon, the first demon prince, because all four... Be'lakor is a different story, right? There were already greater demons. Demons and demon princes are different things, right? A demon prince is a mortal whose soul has been replaced with warp stuff originating from the gods of chaos, right? So that's why I say that the Primarchs are demon princes, because their souls are warp stuff, which is why, you know, they can do that stuff. And the blade Abaddon wields is Dracnian, actually, which was the demon born from the first murder. Not Be'lakor. Be'lakor is a demon prince in his own right. Mostly Be'lakor is a demon prince in Warhammer Fantasy. He doesn't really have a... I don't think he has much of a role in 40k. I think he exists in 40k, he just doesn't have much of a role. And you are a little curious to see what is inside my head, aren't you? Alien looking offended, crossed her fingers in a deep and new gesture. Meditation is not a tool for achieving lowly goals. It is a healing spring for the soul. I'm not gonna push. Delving into one's inner world. Is it painful? No, Alantok. There is no physical pain. But you will be able to see your inner pain if it is bleeding in your soul. Is this the same meditation you were using before to immerse yourself? Very well, Elliot. Show me my inner world. He's the solid... No, Dracnian is a different demon. Dracnian is an actual very powerful demon. He's one of the first demons. Be'lakor is a different thing. Yeah. Powerful demon known by many names, and among them Echo of the First Murder, yeah. Be'lakor was the first demon prince, but Dracnian is the greater demon born from the first murder committed by man. But those are different demons. The sword that Abaddon wields is Dracnian. Be'lakor is the first demon prince. But yes, he became arrogant because of all the power he had. He was basically a god in his own right. And then the Chaos Gods kind of started to take away some of his power because he was being a dick. And that's why they started to make more demon princes. But the greater demons are something different. Yes, but that's what I'm saying. Like, Be'lakor was never a sword. Dracnian is the sword. Alright, let's go find a serene place. Oh, the bats. Let go of everything, Alantok. Doubts, fears, goddamn. Good. Now try to look inside your soul. Look at it shining timidly and dive in. Alright then. My inner soul is just an armory of chainswords. It's just chainswords, nothing but chainswords. This isn't my inner soul. We did it, Alantok. So far your world resembles the real one, but soon you will learn to go deeper. Remember that everyone here is just a reflection of your thoughts, feelings, and desires. Why is my servo skull here? Do not be afraid to look them in the eye. Alright. Oh, hey, it's Cassia. Oh. So it's a reflection of my own thoughts and feelings. So Cassia doesn't think that, and that's not what I think of Cassia. That's what I think of me. Through her voice. No, it's what I think of them. Am I here to kill you? To betray you? To serve you? Am I friend or foe? What do you think, Esteban? One day the Undying One will whisper your name to me. I will carry out his command without hesitation, for I am your death, Domin Esteban. Standing at the helm, peering into the darkness of the cosmos, you feel as lonely among the stars as I do among my own kind. We got rid of one rogue trader, we'll get rid of him too. We'll get rid of him too. Everyone, from the lower decks to the senior officers, hate him. I hear their Vox transmissions. Mutiny's brewing. As long as I still can use his thrones, I don't care. Once betrayed, it is hard to put one's trust in others again, especially those closest and most loyal to us. Love how the Emperor, they call him the Undying One. Well, that's just the cult of the Bloodspun Web. And yeah, he's a perpetual, which means that he can die, but at the same time, he comes back. Of course I'm with you only because of your throne and your power, Shireen. You didn't hope my feelings were genuine, did you? The fear of being used. We all have it, but the more we have to give, the stronger it grows. Conrad. More like Contrag. A. Have you already forgotten me, Esteban? Oh, don't ever forget me, not even for a moment. Because as soon as you turn away, I'll plunge the shard of my sword into your throat. I don't know who this monkey is, but your memories of them are akin to slimy mud after the rain. Let's wash it away like spring water, shall we? The burden of responsibility lies on your shoulders, Alantok. Your soul grows dull from weariness. Break the chains of exhaustion. Yeah, go away, tiredness. I already slept today. In truth, I believe in nothing at all, Esteban. Not the God Emperor, the Archenemy, or even people. Oh, you. You barely believe in yourself. I pity you. Putting on airs, Lord Captain. You're as distant from the common folk as rusty old footfall is from Terra. I am proud of you, Esteban. You've become a worthy successor, perhaps even the best, Lord Captain. Some words you need to hear at least once to believe them. Aww. I've confirmed that there is a way for them to die, but it is very rare to find and very dangerous. Yeah, there's the anathema blades, which just eradicates the soul entirely. It's how he killed Horus. It's how Logar killed. Oh my God, what's his name? Karn best friend. Argel Tal. It's how he killed Argel Tal. It's how he killed Erda. Yeah, the anathema blades, the Athame blades. I mean. You just got lucky, monkey. But luck is the only thing you have. You're weak, so prepare to suffer. Only the mad and the foolish never doubt their strength. The wise are full of doubt, but they know how to let go of them. Abelard, Lord Captain, your decision will doom us all. Lowly pirates perish, risking nothing but their own skin. But what of you? You're putting the lives of thousands of crew members and billions of Protectorate subjects in danger. Unit Esteban von Valancius' crimes against the sacred laws of the Omnissiah have been logged. Retribution is imminent.
I always have a backup plan.
So it's our own thoughts voiced by them. Fresh blood soaks into the priceless silk coverlets, forming an ugly stain under the corpse. Your corpse. All sentient beings are afraid of death. You have to accept the fear first before you can get rid of it. Oh, shit, my chair's giving out. Sorry about that, had to jackhammer my chair a little bit. What should you know about her? Her kind constantly on death's door. Yep. Whoa.
Always keep your eye on the prize.
Oh, it's the Gene Stealers. The fire of faith burns bright in your soul, burning you from within. You risk losing yourself if you ever succumb to it, but this fire provides you with power. Accept it fully. Accept yourself and tame the raging fire. Because I'm dogmatic, I think. Cool. You can see it here. Oh? What is this, monkey? The voice of the incorporeal echo that has made your soul its home seems to sound only in your own head. Iliad's face tenses in surprise, her features becoming even sharper as she stares in confusion at the ghostly figures. She says nothing, stealing glances at you, then at the figures ahead, as if she is waiting for something. Why so surprised by these particular echoes of my world? I did not think there would be a place for me inside a human soul. And the memory itself, clean, not distorted. This is something I must reflect upon and ponder in solitude. When you strive to know someone, they inevitably become a part of you. Your words trouble me with their sincerity, Alantok. Your mind is much cleaner and loftier than I imagined, to become a part of someone. A strange feeling envelops your body. You feel yourself become lighter than air, and inside your mind your thoughts are racing at an incredible speed. You're not yet aware that you're looking through the eyes of your ghostly echo and are observing from afar, all at the same time. The inner world changes under the force of your will, and you can now control your own echo. You can now do something that you would not dare to do in the real world. When your soul's echo touches the ghostly hand of the Eldari, the real Iliad flinches in fear and involuntarily pulls her own hand away. Iliad's words echo across your world, and the ghostly figures begin to disappear. The world around you starts to stretch endlessly. It is time to return, Alantok. Your soul is not yet strong enough to endure prolonged immersion. Take a deep breath, and... There's a great quote I once read. Every great leader has doubts about themselves, but eventually they learn to be great, even if they do not realize that they are already great. Yes. That's what you have to do. You have to improve yourself beyond your doubts. You have to use the doubts as fuel to make yourself better. But you can't let yourself be drowned by them. You awaken from your meditation with a sense of vigor and unusual calm, as if you're just taking a shower under a freezing waterfall, or delivered a speech in front of thousands of subjects, and your heart swells from the crowd's adulation. Esteban, you're awake. Wieland, this is the first she has ever called you by your name. Your soul shines too radiantly for a human, despite all the litter that had accumulated in your soul. You can get rid of the litter with the light. Try to preserve it, Esteban. It draws the eye like bright stars in the night sky. Of course, your world is not as beautiful and serene as mine, but I was glad to see it. I feel as if I have been reborn. This is the cleansing of your soul, Elantak. I hope that now you understand the importance of keeping it free from unnecessary litter. Will you help me with meditation again? I do not know. Perhaps someday, she replies vaguely. She's playing hard to get, this bitch! When we were meditating, you did not seem surprised by my relationships with our mutual acquaintances. You long for that which human nature desires, intimacy with your own kind. I can understand that. Will I be able to see your world? I do not think so, Alantak. It is impossible to know everything in this world, no matter how much we would like to. And still my heart sings, for I have helped you find peace, even if only for a short while. Until we meet again, Alantak. May the stars guide us along the safe roads. That is a big boy. Big boy. Do I have anything in my inventory I want to put away? Yeah, I do. I want to put these in the vaults. You got the Bloodseeker Clave. And you got this thing. This is one-handed. This thing says the area attack has an increased effect, but doesn't seem to actually have that increased effect. Huh. And then the Staff of Endless Flame and the Arsonist Bracers. Flame weapons. Not melter weapons. Flame weapons. What's this? Mask of Aurora. Oh, right. Oh, hey! The blade of a Drukari Xenos is one of the trophies taken from the bodies of the enemies during the defense of the Dargonus. I like how technologically advanced the melee weapons in 40k can be. Like stabbing somebody and having their entire body just go is kind of cool. Causing them to fucking wither. Let's go talk to Iliad again. Like, I enjoyed doing the, I enjoyed the romance with, Jay. But the romance with, Iliad has actually been kind of fascinating. Also, I think I forgot to get something. Jay, romance, gift. I forgot to talk to somebody about the gift for Jay, and so I didn't get the pistol. Hmm. Let me see. This doesn't say what the actual rewards are. It's not kind of funny that if Adeptus Custodes are a millisecond too slow, they retire. Yeah. I mean, can you blame them? And also, they don't really retire, right? Because they are still very, they're very much still active, like they become spies and stuff. Trying to see what the pistol is. Hmm. Oh, well, it doesn't matter. Let's go through these. Latoshian's Passage. Oh, hey. You got more profit factor? From what? From this. So this planet's done. Dargonus is done. So is Beebus. About Janus. Janus still needs more Kazbalika. Ashen Breath. It's pretty hard. It's got lower armor penetration, but she has plenty of armor penetration herself. It's funny that it's a pistol shot, so it can be fired in melee. Add that to cargo. Because cargo vroom. They don't fight as much, but they mostly just do everything that a spy network does. Yeah. Keep defense of the Emperor's realm. At the same time, they don't really say any more than that. it's a sort of retirement, yeah. Compared to what they usually do, it's a lot less, but I think I know what this place is. I'm basically just making sure I didn't miss any gene stealers. Unforeseen event? Ship's August registered an emission of unknown radiation in one of the chambers. As a result, some of the voidsmen now have glowing irises, which proved to be quite beneficial in the performance. The vessel's confessors are in doubt, suggesting it may be an outward sign. Leave it. Fear, provoked by the eerie. God damn it! Many afflicted vanished, most likely victims of ruthless vigilante justice. Those whose eyes burned the brightest did not survive the translation to real space, while the rest was struck with a severe sickness. Fucking hell. It's basically like how we don't know very much about the elusive blanks of the human Imperial Guardsman group. We don't actually nothing on the Adeptus Custodes. I mean, yeah, we're not supposed to. We know they're badasses, and that's about all that needs to be said. 40k tries to leave a lot of that stuff for the viewer to think up on their own and piece together on their own, because it's more fun than if a writer just tells you everything. Instead, they focus on the story. Because the story is a lot more interesting. Okay. Blast him. Good job. Melt them. Bonk him. Bonk him some more. Put that on him, and put that on him. It should have been 30k and 40k, but then we're never really heard of much after the War and the Beast, and the Return of one of the Primarchs basically kind of brought them back to the front. Yeah. Because they were never really meant to be like main characters. They're too strong to be main characters in 40k. Because the way 40k does things, it's like the most powerful character in the book, if they're not the protagonist, that character will be killed. Because that just makes for a much more interesting narrative. Right? If you feel as though no matter how strong you get, you can absolutely still meet an ignoble end. And scream. Send a bitch flying. Bonk. Bonk Part 2. Bonk the Trilogy.
Trust me.
Okay.
No can do.
Hmm. They're basically like the Sentinel. Wait, what? Oh, Adeptus Custodes. They're basically one stage from being transhumans. No, they're enhanced humans. Adeptus Astartes are transhumans, but Custodes are not, by definition. Custodes are enhanced humans. They don't have any extra organs, they don't have any of that stuff. They are literally regular humans plus, basically. Oh. I'm talking about the Custodes. I'm talking about the two human groups, so basically one step from being pushed to the limits that a human body could hold. I don't know then. I don't know which ones you're talking about.
I am not your Xenos pet.
Sure you are.
Favors the swift.
Kill that guy. You didn't shoot him. Thank you, Elliot.
I'd like to, but I can't.
Sure you can. You just don't want to because you hate me.
That is not my
Why
destiny.
why can't you cast? Fuck. Psychosomatic trauma. Shoot.
Don't get too cocky.
Go over there, blast him.
Medal for that one.
Fuck. I clicked to reload instead of clicking this one. Hey, Idira. Dodge. Good girl. Lucifer Blacks are now finally actually out and being active again because the Ultramarines, Primarch. Led by the Lord Jesus Christ, they basically lit special points before the Navy of the Imperial Terror itself. Do you mean the Solar Auxilia? Because I know about those guys, and they are pretty cool. But why are my lips so goddamn dry? Oh, do you know of? I know of most things in 40k. I don't know of anything called a Lucifer Black, though. Like, I didn't know about these guys. Famed Regiment, Imperial Guard. Typically equipped with jet black body armor and long flak jackets, don full visored helms, and often wield crackling power glaives while on duty in the Imperial Palace. I didn't know about these guys at all. Kind of surprising because they're one of the specialists. They're basically bodyguards for the High Lords of Terra. Yeah, didn't know about them at all. Demonet. Idira. Give her a headache. Sure, put this here. Guy's almost dead. Shoot that demonette. Shoot it again. Good job. Put that there. I fucking hate that. Accidentally skipped Adira's turn. She could have helped clear these guys out really easily. I don't know where the hell the last battalion of the Sane Rams are. Don't know who those are. Sane Rams. No idea. No idea. Let's do this. These guys are all equipped for melee.
Compromise my principles.
Love to know where this. They were the special forces for the Navy. Basically, at the big Giga Chat moment, and all we were told was one battalion survived. They might have survived the heresy, but there might not be any left by now. It's also a possibility.
Touch me. Emperor, protect me.
I can't stand it.
I can handle this.
Special Forces of the Navy Voidmen 30k. They were the Special Forces of the Navy. For Terra, the Sol system itself, basically think of a mess space police. They were also space military police all in one, with the training to boot. Basically like the elusive blacks, but even more enhanced with kind of a scaled down version of power armor. Yeah. I'll be honest, I apparently do not know nearly enough about Imperial Guard. I am a Space Marine boy. Move her over yonder. Give her the turn. Okay, let me see something. So this gives extra 10 willpower and 15 willpower and 10 perception. This gives nothing. So you should actually be using the spear as your main thing. because it increases your damage. Let's give it your more movement. True check. You are correct.
I'll do what it takes.
Go ahead and stab the demonette. Need more redeems. I would like to like make redeems of like making it so you guys can play like sounds and stuff, but I still haven't figured out how to get that to work. Explode.
I cannot serve you in
Right,
this way.
cut him down. Good job. Now make them all bleed, burn, and poison. God damn. Fairly certain everybody else is not gonna get a turn. Yep. They just don't get to play the game anymore. Buff, buff. Prey. Slaughtered. At the end, we could just skip turns because everybody's just cooked. I can't leave. Yeah, you can use the. You're just linking to Twitch. With you can watch a video on how to do it yourself. Yeah, I'll have to do that then, I guess. Maybe it's on this side. Ah, there it is. Love to know where the Space Police went. It's all because all we know is that one battalion survived. I don't know. They don't tell us shit after a long while. Yeah, they that's kind of the magic of 40K, right? They don't give us the information. They're not supposed to. They don't wanna. They just hint at the existence of information, right? What is the unforeseen event here? Thanks him for the help. The locals are indebted to him. Glory to the rogue trader. Oh. Poggers, I guess. Came all the way here just for a hey, thanks. Dicks. Could have given me stuff. I like getting stuff. Fine. Also, it's GW. They basically just tell us this big cliffhanger and either forget about it or they remember a polar. When they know they need something to save their asses. Kind of. Are you using like voice to speech? Voice to text or something? Because like, it's so hard to understand what you're saying. I have to decrypt every message. Phone just doesn't like me. Why is Pascal on the floor? Bro is EP. Boost. 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 And in my sights. That works. Why are you immune? Son of a bitch. Immune to mental damage, which is what she does. Fuck it. Some days it loves me, other days it hates me. That is the suffering.
I shall not fail.
Yeah, this guy's immune to everything. Like, barring crits, which will set him on fire. Anyway, gonna go to sleep. It's 3:30 a.m. Yeah, definitely go to sleep, Robute. Have a nice rest. We buff. Yeah, immediately. Immediately this guy's now completely freaking dead. Alright, let's throw down the buffs.
It's as good as done.
Yeah, sure, try your best. Heh. Do it to him. Do it to him a little more.
Ancestors guide me.
Okay, let's mark this guy. I'm not the biggest fan of random encounters. Not sure if you guys can tell.
If I must. If it serves your cause.
Hydrate and a stretch. Strangest, wacky ass exes I've ever heard from somewhere on the internet. I think that Australia's not real. To be fair, it is kind of ridiculous that an entire like continent is just upside down, right? Like I wouldn't believe it either if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes. I mean, whole planet used to be one continent. Yes. Long, long time ago.
Who, if not me? You never stood a chance.
In a galaxy far, far away.
Another enemy down.
Okay, down to just the one. Move a little closer. And let's let Idira do the thing, because she feels a little useless today. Hope you're not a flat earth, because, I mean, you can have some words, but nah, not. I'm not a flat earther. My brain works. Not well, but it does work, so yeah, no, not a flat earther. Okay. Let's go through here. Really? God damn it. Let's bring Heinrichs because I want to test out his new stick. And I'm going to leave Pascal behind and bring Argenta. Right now we have Jay able to do most of the skill checks, so try to have a conversation with those people. It's like wanting to decide to fight the big bugs of the Warhammer 40k universe. Like I say, is fuck. I'd rather fight orcs. I mean, fighting Eldar must be more frustrating than fighting Nids. Because like with Nids, at least you're like beating up something constantly, right? And they have a fair number of wimps. With Necrons, it's like, oh, it just keeps getting up. Sit down, stay down, fuck. Just die. How many times do I have to kill you for you to die? Stop. Ah. Okay, so first one. Get extra versatility. What the hell's this? Ooh. Fire. Fire.
I will not.
I will not die in dishonor.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if you didn't, considering that's definitely not going to kill you.
The shadows will see it done.
Alright, do the jumpy. Good. Cut. More cuts, which will apply a bunch of extra bleed. And now let's make sure. Fun fact, did you know the Hive Mind is pissed off personally with the Librarian and the Ultramarines? Tagurius, yeah. And the Swarm Lord wants payback on Dante.
As honor ordains.
For killing him during the devastation of Baal.
If I may.
More like devastation of balls, am I right, chat? Let's give it to Heinrich, because I want to see what he can do with this staff.
Let's see to it.
I feel like this poor Swarm Lord gets kind of used as a punch bag for any plot armor. No, he doesn't. He's literally never lost a fight outside of the one against Dante. And like you can say, oh, but against Calgar. No, Calgar didn't win that fight. Calgar held him back, got completely dismembered, and then it took the entire first company of the Ultramarines to push him back before they killed him with artillery. That's not losing a fight. That's like saying, oh, the Grey Knights were able to beat Angron. Yes. It only took several Imperial Guard battalions, and I think it was like 50 Grey Knights to banish Angron, when Angron was already at his weakest, because the fight was nearing its end, and so, you know, the blood was kind of slowing down. Like, no, he didn't lose that fight.
But of course.
Bro, what the fuck is up with this? It just won't let me target things. It's supposed to be a 6-foot square. 3x3 square. What the fuck? So confusing. Right. Fire.
I'll put my psychic abilities to use. I'm done with this one.
How much does this give? 15 willpower. Yeah, I think I'm better off with the extra willpower. Since I'm not going to be using this, I'll just be spamming these. Oh, hey, there's one of you still here. Fire. More fire. To be fair, they weren't like the chapter master, the whatever the code, I forget the... What is not the actual Grandmaster. And that's not an argument, right? That's not an argument. The entirety of the chapter of the Grey Knights is built around fighting demons. Why would they specifically why would it only count as their loss if they didn't have the chapter master present? Like, that makes no sense. Like, they lost. Or they managed to beat him, yes, but at great cost. Like, I wouldn't count that as Angron's loss. I wouldn't even count that as a fight with Angron. Although, actually no, I would count it as his loss because he should have won that. I will count that as Angron's loss because he absolutely should have been able to beat them. But he didn't. Skill issue on Angron. Actually, you want to talk about somebody who is an absolute jobber and just loses every fight he's in? Angron. Angron hasn't won a single fight. And that's coming from somebody who really likes Angron as a character. Angron, since becoming a demon Primarch, has not won a single fight. And Perturabo told him to his face, like, the reason that's the case is because becoming a demon Primarch was actually a nerf for Angron, because Primarchs are strongest when they're able to be themselves, and becoming a demon actually meant that Angron became less himself and more Khorne's slave. Abaddon only got to the needed to get to the 13th Black Crusade to win. Okay. People really like saying that, but they also kind of forget just how OP the Imperium of Man is. Right? Like, every time that Abaddon came out of every time Abaddon came out of the rift, he fucked shit up. Yeah, the Eye of Terror. Every time he came out of the Eye of Terror, he fucked shit up, right? It's not like he just got pushed aside. Like, sure, the Imperial Guard held against him, but it's not like he was going up against an easy enemy. He was going against Cadia. Like, that is not an easy fight by any measure. Alright, we're finally about to do Kafagama! Fucking banish the monsters by yelling at them. Thank you. I still do not know how to make Pascal a good character, though. Like, some people told me to make him a bounty hunter. But I don't know, man. I don't know. It's like a small version of him in the Eye of Terror, though. That's how the Bad War began. Yeah, Huron Blackheart, but that's a different story, right? Like, Huron is an incredibly capable individual as well, but so is Abaddon. Like, pretending that Abaddon isn't capable is just silly. Like, I get that it's funny, but like, come on. Slightly lower rate of fire, but Storm Bolter. That looks so ridiculous. It's so big. Still, though, more damage per shot, which is very meaningful in this game. Also, same recoil, so a lot less ammo. That's the only bad thing. I'm not gonna throw these out. I'm gonna keep them, though. We're gonna bring Heinrichs, Jay, obviously, Argenta to try out this bolter, and because we're gonna fight demons a lot, I'm gonna bring her, obviously. So that's these four. Leaves a slot. Oh, we gotta bring Pascal. Oh, and I wanted to see, like, I don't know. I find Bounty Hunter to be one of the weakest specs, right? I find Bounty Hunter to be, like, a really disappointing spec, in my opinion. It just doesn't kill anything. I'm gonna respec Iliath into an assassin. Yes. Okay, she's an operative. So, Bounty Hunter, I gave it a try, didn't work. Let's try it assassin. So, let's do Killing Edge, which gives flat damage. Death Whisper, it gives a dot, but that dot never is able to do anything. Extra flat damage is good. What's this one? 30% extra damage, and additional damage equal to the target's health. Nice. Okay, so let's focus on her agility and ballistic skill this time instead of perception. Although she does have very high perception, but we'll focus on agility now. I will still focus on her awareness though, because it's her highest stat, and it's good to stack those. We want her to deal the maximum amount of damage. Sure, we'll take Death Whisper. Is there anything here that I should get? What's Killing Spree? Hold on. She already has all the ones that I would want. We'll just give her this. More agility, more awareness. Okay, dispatch. Additional damage is nice. Sure, prescient sight. Now in my sights has bonus armor pen and dodge reduction. Lethality heightens. 5 or more direct damage, they gain lethality until the end of combat stacks. Okay. What's this? It's not bad. That's a good one. Esquivo. That's good. Ballistic skill, increase her hit rate. Although actually, let's go perception, which also has a positive effect on reducing enemy dodge. And we want lethality as much as possible. Dodge or dodge reduction, whichever is highest. It's hard to see what her dodge reduction is, but I'm pretty sure it's going to be her dodge. Her dodge reduction is going to be higher because perception, and it also stacks with agility. So yeah, let's go perception instead. I think a good one to give her is It Will Not Die. Make her a little tougher. Enemy less damage by the assassin suffers the witness effect. If the witness does not have the assassin, then ooh, it's not bad. What is this? Lethality divided by 3. So she has 100 lethality. Ouch. I think having an escape is good for her because she doesn't have an escape. Extra lethality is good. More beware is also good. We don't have any sources of slow and immobilize. Whenever the assassin hits a target with an attack that has 100 lethality or greater, yeah, recover the AP for the attack. That's good. That way she can do this one for free. Actually, it's already free. Never mind. I'm stupid, chat. Don't mind me. Sure. Extra damage from hemorrhage. And extra perception. Okay, so... Oh, wait, shit. She has 131 dodge. God damn. Okay, so I've made her an assassin now. Let's see if she's more efficient. And I'll bring her instead of Cassia. I'll bring you Iliad instead of Cassia. Cassia can stay on the ship. Lord Captain, according to telemetry, we are in the system of Kiava Gamma, the main industrial world of the von Valancius dynasty. However, our astropaths report that attempts to contact Governor Gaprak have been unsuccessful. But wait, Lord Captain, a new report. Kiava Gamma is sending a request to exchange data. Should we accept? Accept the transmission. As you command, Lord Captain. Lord Captain, interference detected the compartments detect them. Looks like the British rest void ship. The void ship's bridge sounds of working. The void ship's bridge sounds of working cogitators and officers' footsteps. The everyday scene is interrupted by an ear-splitting beeping sound. Beep, 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 followed by lumens going out. That's lights. In the dim glow of candles and emergency lights, one of the officers in frame cries out. Another falls to her knees, clutching her head. Over the beeping of voxes, shouts can only just be heard. What's going on? The doors are locked. We've lost contact with all compartments. One of the bridge officers turns to the throne. Lord Captain, the vox stations are malfunctioning and overloading the system. None of our outgoing transmissions are getting through. The incoming ones that do make it are distorted beyond interpretation. Lord Captain gives the order to... decipher. Proceed. A team of decryption experts gets to work. Data tethers are inserted into sockets as they connect to the cogitators. One of the Vox clerics leans over the console. Another is writing something on a piece of parchment. But then she bursts into maniacal laughter and stabs herself in the eye with a steel quill. Another scream. A tech priest who was mid-prayer tears himself to pieces with his own mechadendrites. More and more lunatics are mutilating themselves and lunging at others. Portion of pic recording damaged after contact with unknown object. An enforcer shoves a rabid servitor away from the Lord Captain as he executes one of the lunatics and roars a series of orders to the rest. The madman's body falls at the rogue trader's feet as his commanding voice, magnified by a vox amplifier, carries over all the noise. He orders the crew to master themselves immediately, promising to personally execute anyone who fails to do so. Some of the lunatics quiet down, others try to snap out of it. One pins her head to a panel with a dagger to stop herself from moving. Another fervently whispers prayers. Some return to the cogitators, others lean over the wounded. Shots ring out. Those still on rampage are executed by the rogue trader himself, as promised. Scrap code. The voice belongs to the on-deck engineer who has turned to the Lord Captain from his station. We have been attacked with scrap code, a tech heresy designed to corrupt machines. The transmission received from the planet was infected with this taint, and it is now running through the ship's veins. Omnissiah preserve us. The Voidborn officer appears before the Lord Captain once more. Whatever it is that's attacking us, we've a backup procedure that can circumvent the Vox barrier. In the atrium leading to the bridge, there's a terminal for an isolated system that might still be unaffected. A loud pop. The pipes over the officer's head burst, and a blast of hot air flings the Voidborn away from the Lord Captain, his body slamming straight through a cogitator panel. The picked frame spins uncontrollably. The servo skull was jolted by the gust. The picked recorder fogs over, the Vox picking up the crackling of electricity and a death cry. Gas on the bridge! A junior attendant shouts, and instantly doubles over, inhaling the poison air. The rogue trader gives the order to evacuate the bridge. Rogue trader personally oversees the evacuation. Bring the plasma cutters! Get to the wounded to the exit! The officers repeat his orders. When the servo skull following the rogue trader reaches the doors, they fall to the plasma cutters and crumble outward. The rogue trader is the last to leave the bridge. Leaning on a support beam, the rogue trader takes several deep breaths, trying to flush his lungs with air. Then he straightens, smooths his uniform, and heads toward a goal known only to him. The servo skull follows. The atrium is in a state of panic. Silhouettes skitter about in a dark hallway, illuminated only by the flickering of emergency lumen. Curt orders us, and someone's feverish words of prayer can be heard. Having lost all communication, the beheaded ship is writhing in agony. It takes a while for the Lord Captain to find the cogitator mentioned by the fallen officer. The panel of the isolated terminal is riddled with cracks and bloodstains, and on the floor by the terminal, a tech priest is lying in a heap with his head smashed and technical liquids mixed with blood oozing out of his pores. Lord Captain decides to take his chances restoring the terminal. Neat. The rogue trader rips the power key off the tech priest's mechadendrite and opens the cover on the terminal. Sparks fly into his face, but he is confident in his manipulation of the tangled wires and clanging levers. After replacing the cover and ensuring that the system is restored, the Lord Captain brings up the required data on the screens. The maintenance bay is sending out hundreds of desperate distress calls that have gone unanswered up to now. When the machines went out of control and started turning people insane, others, driven by some hateful and paranoid logic, started butchering the servants of the Adeptus Mechanicus. The tech priests have sustained heavy losses, but the remains of the cult are still holding the line. Out of everything that's happening on the ship, the situation in the maintenance bay is the direst. Lord Captain knows where help is needed most. He decides to head to the maintenance bay himself. Rogue Trader arrives not a moment too soon. The crew, frightened out of their wits, have already cornered the priest of the Omnissiah and are about to execute them. The Lord Captain stands between them, the angry mob and the tech priest, his sheer presence already giving the crowd pause. Harshly cutting off any objections from the crew, the Rogue Trader orders the officers he gathered on the way here to escort the mutineers out and set up a guard post outside the bay, where the tech priests begin to offer desperate prayers to the crippled machine spirits. The walk to the bridge is uneventful. The crisis has passed. Although wounded and crippled, the ship is, nevertheless, returning to its normal operation. My lips are so fucking dry. Life on the bridge is as bustling as ever. Even though the people are surrounded by destruction, the senior officers have the situation under control, and the people have been organized. The emergency crew have already finished repairing the pipes, and the technomats are setting up cogitators and consoles, and the healers are bagging up what few corpses there are and examining the wounded. By the comm station, the Rogue Trader runs into the Voxmaster. Praise the Emperor, you're in one piece, Lord Captain. The situation on board is satisfactory. I was just in the middle of setting up comm channels. Soon all the Voxcasters will be fully operational. Another man appears in the pic frame. A junior officer, completely out of breath, carrying a heap of scrolls. The Voxmaster nods at him. Ah, here are the reports, Lord Captain. If you find yourself able to return to your station, I can immediately give you a rundown of the state of affairs on the ship. End of pic recording. Lord Captain, the situation has been brought under control. More or less. It will take some time to eliminate the consequences of the attack completely, but the vessel is capable of motion. We may even be able to conduct a warp jump if you feel we should leave the system. Allow me to bring you up to date. Fortunately, the bridge suffered only minor losses. The reports mention only a few casualties that have already been replaced. Kabagama went silent after transmitting the harmful signal. I will refrain from sending inquiries to the industrial world to avoid a second attack. I'm afraid we have exhausted our options of remote analysis. More information can only be obtained by closing the distance or even sending an away party to the planet's surface. The time has come to remind you about our agreement, Esteban. I must be present in your entourage during your expedition to Kabagama. I am counting on your cooperation. Crew is awaiting further instructions, Lord Captain. Those are Chaos ships. I also have a fucking mouth sore right here. It's fucking me up. Because it's right next to my teeth, right? Also, how do I have 100 profit factor already? When did that happen? The dwarf planet is marked on the Von Valence Protectorate charts as Atla, and serves as a backup source of water for the habitable worlds of neighboring systems. Due to the abundance of bacteria proliferating in the Atla hydrosphere, the extraction of ice was stopped half a century ago, but much to your officer's surprise, the August detected an unidentified mining rig deep underground. Presumably, the excavation is aimed at extracting clay minerals near the planet's core, enriched with iron and other metals. Sent a scouting party. The Extractium turns out to be Incendia Chorda's latest investment, whose domain is located just within a few jumps from the Kranach system. While this world is of little value to the Von Valencius dynasty, your officers see this gesture as an attempt to test the boundaries of the newly minted rogue trader's leniency. Rogue Trader orders to behead everyone on the illegal mining rig and send their heads to Incendia with the very best of wishes. Rogue Trader decides to keep the Express south with all the works and servitors. Yeah, mine. Your people easily assume control as the frightened workers and the token security crew do not even attempt to resist. Extractium's machines are restarted shortly after. The amassed containers filled with precious ore are delivered to the flagship's cargo hold. Easily clapped, as all things should be. Alright, let's fuck up some chaos. Oi! Fucking heretic! Come here, bitch! One second. I have receiveth the pingeth. Wait, 1 second. Alright. So it's just a bunch of destroyers. Oh, they got some raiders. They have some raiders. They're a little bit heavier than destroyers. Why is this? The fuck is going on with that? Man, whatever. Jumpies? Son of a bitch. Yep, zappy wappy. And plasma. Plasma batteries, open fire! This motherfucker keeps fucking not dying. Well, this does give a bit of extra evasion, so that's nice. Go ahead and delete that one. I said delete him, not damage them incredibly. Not like severely damage them, I kill them. Missed. Ow. Apostate lands, Pyros melter cannons. Alright, tap that one. Nice. Tap that one. Bop, bop, bop. Torpedoes. Reload, because this is the acceleration phase still. This should kill him. Son of a bitch. Nice. Rotate. Oh, that's not a lot of damage. Quit shooting me. Okay, these guys are probably gonna get closer. Oh yeah, definitely in range. Definitely in torpedo range. Go ahead and torpedo him. Get boomed. Why is my speed so low? Like, I was like, the fuck? You motherfuck! You fucker of mothers. Wait, can I? Ah, that would be so funny if you could, though. How funny would that be? Ram those torpedoes! Jump away. Okay, those guys are coming back. And these guys are gonna...
Blessed are the faithful.
What's this? Ah, group H. Neat. So each one of these is 20%. So that's... okay, that's actually a lot. I don't think they're void artifacts, actually. Were they void artifacts? They are. Damn. Somebody is beating the fuck out of their floor. It's actually kind of annoying. Let's grab focused effort. And actually, let's check the posts. Why do I not have a Supreme Commander? We could upgrade this 90 degrees instead of 45. Cooldown 1-3 turns. Oh, 1-2 turns. Sure, we can have Abelard as our master of maneuvers. I don't know why it keeps unselecting people here. It's quite annoying. But so we're gonna grab focused efforts, and we're gonna grab shield pulse. There you go. So focused efforts lets everybody do their abilities. Lets everybody do all of their abilities instead of just one of them. And if one or both abilities are on cooldown, reduces it by 1 turn. And this reduces the cooldown by 1. What does this do? Overloads the enemy's shields, redistribute them with their weakest side towards the flagship. If the enemy has a hollow field, it loses several of its charges. Pulse can also negatively impact Xenos technology. Expends 25% of the flagship's shields. And this does the same shit for no cost. Poggies. Begin scan. Let's go fuck up some tech heretics, yeah? Okay, so who are we bringing? We're bringing Heinrichs, we're mandatory. We're bringing Argenta, we're bringing Elliot, we're bringing Jerry, and we're bringing Pesky. Bringing Jay for skills, bringing Argenta for the Stormbolter test, Elliot for the Assassin test, and other stuff. But yeah, man, Bounty Hunter is just so underwhelming, right? Like, you expect that they deal a lot of damage, but they just don't. And they can't even, like, stack their bonuses properly because they only get the bonuses if they do the kills. But if you have an Archmilitant in the party, the Archmilitant's getting the kills. If you have a Navigator, the Navigator's going to take the kills. If you have a Psyker, Psyker's going to take the kills, right? Because they deal so much more damage than them. No solemn ceremony, no personal meeting with Magi. I fear we're too late and we won't be dealing with clandestine heretics after all. Binary arias of alarm stream out of Pascal's Vox synthesizer. In their neurotic broken rhythm, you sense a call to arms and a warning of danger. Any suggestion about to proceed? To start, let's look around and find out why the arrival of the rogue trader did not elicit the usual fuss. To speak plainly, I would not count on a warm welcome at this rate. Better keep your weapon at the ready. Remind me, what is your mission on Kavagama? I assume I'd conduct an investigation and track down traces of the cult of the Final Dawn. I believe I can discard that plan now. Both the incident with the scrap code and the manner in which we were forced to land on Kavagama indicate that the situation has taken a turn for the worse. Nevertheless, I must use this opportunity to try to determine what the cult was doing on an industrial world, and what specifically interested them on a planet full of sacred machines and servants of the Omnissiah. First, we must find someone who can tell us what's been going on here. If that is, there is anyone left here to speak to. Well, we'll learn nothing by standing here. Let's go. I like to think that Heinrichs and my dogmatic Inquisitor dogmatic Rogue Trader kind of become homies. Pascal, do that thing you do. View the third log data, which is hidden by the protection of the machine spirit. Your knowledge of machine spirits is sufficient to trick the system and subdue it to your will. Peggers! You first, second... Alright. I don't want to just read text. Right now I want to kill stuff. I want to shoot stuff. And by stuff I mean heretics. Massive Cogwheel constantly drives the Colossal Gear system, which is lost in the haze. Ooh, goodies. Oh. The 16 Universal Laws, the Mysteries. A tome containing revelations of the Omnissiah, recorded in special binary Binaric dialect. Only a member of the cult Mechanicus with a key to the cipher may partake of the wisdom of the machine god. Let's take that for now. I identification. Request denied. Registering anomalous behavior within the servant's organics and an invalid Nuclear response. This unit is compromised. Who are you? Magos Custos of the Machine Sanctum, Tier 2-0. Identification. Where's the fabricator sensor? I will only speak with the person in charge of this manufactorum. Denied. The irregularity demands execution of Protocol 3942 in accordance with the fabricator sensor's decree. Fabricator sensor is a traitor to the Imperium and humanity. I will not comply with any protocols approved by him. Anticipated process disrupted. Execution of disposal protocol recommended. The tech priest draws his weapon, and as his robes opens, your senses are hit by a fetid wave of rot. Nurgle. Oh, shit! Bro has a plasma pistol. Alright. Let's do this. Nice. Let's do this on the Magos Heretic. Let's put rear down here. Front line here. Let's move him in and hit all of these dudes. Let's put the back line here. Okay, so we're going to apply this so we get the weak spot. Nice. I actually should have shot first with this to increase my lethality, but that's whatever. Increase perception and ballistic skill. And do it to him. It's not a lot of damage. Okay. Move Argenta in. Let's do this.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
Oh, they're explosive. Balls. I need to give you abilities that will improve your Archmilitant skills, but I've been getting other shit. I'm so stupid. Like, I've been getting stuff that improves the heavy weapons, and that's good, but like, I really needed to be getting you other stuff. Like, I didn't upgrade Wildfire. Would I replace any of these with the upgrades from Wildfire? No, this is really good. No. No. But actually, yes, because some of these could have been gotten in much more efficient manner by just getting them when they wouldn't cost me archetype skills. So I might respec her just to min-max her a little bit. It's Grimdark mode. I'm not gonna take chances, right? If I can take an extra minute to prepare my characters to be even harder to kill than they would normally be, then I should do that. I think he just went down. Okay, so you go. And I say I think because he's on the ground, he's down, he's dead.
Tell me, and it is done.
Because I forgot those guys exploded. And I should have just blown them up from afar instead of having him run in. But I wanted to try out the assassin first. Pop him. Pop him like a pill. I should be shooting them first. Boost, boost, boost. Whack. All right, let's cast fire. I need to leave 2 so I can use this. And
I need a foothold.
too far away.
Let's see to it.
This tedium is beneath me.
Okay, do that.
I am not your Xenos pet, monkey.
Yes, you are. You're my favorite little Xenos pet. Also my only Xenos pet. But that's irrelevant. Pop him. Good job. Good job, Elliot. Proud of you. Do that one next.
If I must.
Not the best first contact with the world's inhabitants. I hope we will find someone more able to hold a conversation, willingly or not. It's just a regular Omniscient axe. Rotobi pattern plasma gun. Plasma pistol.
I'm watching your back. Always.
Thank you. I appreciate that, interrogator. Okay. Is that the way forward? We'll see. Kabagama is one of those places that takes a while to fully explore. Agenta? Do that thing I pay you for? There was someone here. It's a good place to hide. Or to set up another ambush. Damn. Just go.
None are better at searching. The Emperor favors me today.
Lex Mechanic. A small, heavily augmented man in a filthy tattered robe stands before you. As you approach, he hesitantly looks up at you, his eyes filled with horror. A portable inscriber with a keyboard hangs from straps at his front, and you can see his detached cerebral cogitator peeking out from under his hood. You have nothing to fear from us. Deus Mechanicus. He heard my prayers. I thought I was alone in a kingdom of madness and depravity. Please, save me. Tell us who you are and what happened to you. I am Manufactorum Lex Mechanics Zeta 86. I performed the rituals for the machine spirits of Foundry 95 up until we started going mad. Priests devoted to the Omnissiah suddenly started praising the dawn of something or other. They stopped the belts, and then they desecrated the vigils into the sacred machines with unholy symbols. Some of them resisted, but others grabbed them, tied them up, and then they turned their implants to heresy. I saw the madmen, my former tech comrades, deliberately connect those poor souls to corrupted cogitators. I watched as they were infected with the scrap code, and did nothing to stop them. I am recording a violation of the commandment of thine own forge be a true sentinel. Apostate Zeta 86, your accesses are hereby revoked. Proceed with your report. What the fuck was this guy supposed to do? You see a weapon on him? How did you manage to avoid the same fate? I didn't avoid it. They performed the same procedure on me. I felt the touch of unholy code. I allowed it to control me. I abandoned my sacred post and followed one of the traitors serving his will and gathering all the data for his blasphemous experiment. I was driven by an unholy compulsion from the depths of my auxiliary cogitator, where the code had lodged itself. Before I found a way to throw off the compulsion, I witnessed horrifying heresy, the extraction of true flesh and its decomposition on altars, perverse procedures that resulted in heretical abominations. I even accompanied a fallen magus to the fabricator center himself and attended the unholy mass he led personally. It was a wicked ritual, full of willful deviations and blatant inaccuracies, all to create an ungodly monster in the name of the final dawn. You don't act like the other priests who were infected with corruption. Praise the gifts of the Omnissiah, I managed to disconnect my external cogitator, which I used for primary data processing. The machine is corrupted. The scrap code is locked inside it, like a beast in a cage. But anyone who tries to look inside will fall victim to the heretical program. My primitive brain has been marked by corruption. I still see their silhouettes, hear their interference. I sense the malfunctions in my augmetics, but I was still saved from the great sacrifice. Oh, blessed are the workings of the Omnissiah and his benedictions, that shelters the weak from evil. Heinrich tenses ever so slightly at the Lex Mechanic's words. You see his hand casually straight to the handle of his weapon, but the interrogator is in no hurry to act. You mentioned a monster. Is this some kind of weapon? No. No, not those constructs that are melted down in furnaces and sent into the depths of the Manufactorum. It is some kind of semblance of a cogitator. A nightmarish parody of a sacred machine powered not by the Omnissiah's grace, but by the unholy spirit and life force of the unfortunates imprisoned on the lower levels. I don't know much, except that the fabricator sensor saw that machine as special. It was special to him, and to the crazies who defiled the Omnissiah's abode with their obscene blasphemies. For the final ritual, he even called upon one of the Astartes heretics who arrived to the Manufactorum after the start of the uprisings. He did something terrible, and only after that were they able to switch the machine on. It is a true abomination. Even standing near it is unbearable. I believe that even those who have been deprived of the Omnissiah's grace still feel its influence on them. Yo, how's it going, Kyrian? Indeed, we flex. Whatever that cogitator might spew out at the end of its cycle, no righteous soul should accept its heinous offerings. How did your crazed comrades behave? The voice changed. Yeah, man, we out here. Like the grace of the Omnissiah had left them entirely, replacing free thought and progress with the blackest corruption. I witnessed them desecrating structures blessed by the fabricator censor himself. Though what do the blessings of that rotten traitor count for now? Like men possessed, they set upon the sacred instruments and assembled shells and nodes that didn't match any diagram or blueprint I'd ever seen. Sacrilege! You mentioned someone imprisoned on the lower levels. The lay servants of the main units. They live in isolated segments under the sacred machine halls. I heard they were locked in there after the takeover. Then my crazed brethren changed the system for disposing of slag waste and cover the machines in cursed symbols. After they started the cogitator, they dragged the survivors out of the segments under the machine halls. Well, what the survivors had turned into. Very manly. I appreciate that shit. I try to be. You demonstrate exceptional powers of observation and recall for someone who just happened to survive. I'm a Lex mechanic. Gathering data is the purpose of my existence. That's even what they used me for. They used me against my will. The scrap code turns everyone into their slave. Before I rid myself of the cogitator, I was forced to serve alongside those who perpetrated these atrocities and witness their obscenities. What do you make of it, Hendrix? Servant of the Omnissiah? I must know more. About the final dawn, the fabricator sensor, his mass, and about this machine as well. I could give you the coordinates, but... Sweater pump cover, though. Yeah. I mean, if I take it off, you realize that I'm kind of skinny, right? Like, you know, I'm kind of skinny. But then I flex and I got me some muscle. I got me some muscle. Even though I was present for many blasphemies committed by those heretics, all the details that were captured and processed by my true flesh are in the augmented that was corrupted by the scrap code. I am convinced that if I hadn't fought off that foreign compulsion in time, I would have been doomed. Corruption would have spread to my biological cogitator as well. I swear that no devout tech priest should come into contact with what's hidden in that once sacred device. Pull the sleeve all the way up. You gotta, you know, you gotta. If you're gonna show it off, you gotta show it off proper. Heinrich's expression shifts as he stares intently at the disconnected implant and the still intact connectors protruding from under the Lex Mechanic's collar. The corner of his mouth twitches involuntarily. Can the cogitator be disconnected and reconnected to another machine? Even if the very idea of exposing a holy machine to the scrap code wasn't profane in itself, my augmetics are not universally compatible. They cannot be connected to another machine spirit. They were created to interact within the system of my true flesh, to innovate my compulsor unit and output data via the inscriber. Once I am safe, I swear that I will immediately perform a cleansing rite and destroy... In other words, there is only one way to extract the data stored in the cogitator. Warhammer with voice acting. I mostly enjoy playing this type of game because I like doing the voice acting, right? It's part of why I loved playing this on stream more than even Baldur's Gate 3, even though I really like playing Baldur's Gate 3 a lot. Just let car go by. Hopefully it'll get that muffler switched out so it can actually, you know, muffle. If we connect the cogitator to the augmetics system, the Lex Mechanic will serve as a conduit for transmitting the data. We will learn the details, even if they are incomplete, of the things he saw and heard, but is now unable to recall. No, anything but that. I'll die. No, it'll be worse than that. I'll succumb to the corruption. I'm begging you, please. I'd rather be burned as a heretic than have the scrap code in my biological cogitator. The arms look lengthy as fuck, though. Arm span must be wild. I do have pretty good wild arm span. I'm not the tallest of boys, but I do have the arms of a much taller person. At these words, Heinrich pauses for a fraction of a second, almost as if he is reconsidering. In failing to offer any resistance against the enemy of the Omnici, Unit Zeta 86 lost the grace of his machine rank and was recategorized as a resource of the Manufactorum. The defilement and torment of said resource, if committed to advance the struggle against heresy, will not be deemed an apostasy or malefaction against a living soul. Upon expiry of the unit's utility, disposal is recommended. How easily you commit your kin to a demise worse than death. And how swift you are to dismiss them as an object. We cannot allow the information to go to waste. One life is a small price to pay for the good of the Imperium. For the good of the Imperium. Like a snake, Heinrich lunges at the Lex Mechanic, whose mouth opens in the beginnings of a squeal. Hitting the babbling Lex Mechanic, Heinrich uses his free hand to feel for the connectors of the external cogitator, and then for the socket at the back of his captive's neck. Lex Mechanic struggles a few times, but when Heinrich twists the reel on the cogitator's hanging wires, Lex Mechanic lets out a chilling howl and arches his back sharply. Ah! His hands twitch and leap to the inscriber and begin typing furiously, pounding on the keys with huge force. Oh shit, I jumped out of the thing. Whoops. But it was just continues. Alright. It'll take time to study this in full, but at first glance, the data from the Lex Mechanic's cogitator suggests something of the nature of the cult's major preparations. Refitting the Manufactorum, accumulating resources, mentions of focus points. These are preparations for a large-scale chaos ritual. It appears the local cogitator, whatever that may be in actuality, is one of the key points in this list. We can learn more if we find the construct that was created on the fabricated sensor's orders. The coordinates are here. It's located here in the bowels of the Manufactorum. Heinrich has a final look at the Lex Mechanics now locked forever in a cycle of mindless motion and turns away. We had better hurry. We could kill him. He stares into space, his mangled hand still mindlessly pounding on the inscriber. The ape arms, yeah. Ooh, that's actually really good for somebody like Iliot. Like, this gives crit chance, but this gives crit damage, and she already crits almost every hit. Plus, extra ballistic skill in this game is the same as extra crit chance, except it's actually, because like, the way critical chance works in this game is, basically, you have a baseline 10% chance to crit no matter what. And then you add your hit chance on top of that if it goes over 95%. Being skinny must kind of gives Mr. Fantastic vibes. Thank you. Alright, fuck it, run. That was so stupid. That was so fucking stupid. God damn it, everybody got wounded. This is gonna be shitty as fuck. We're gonna struggle. Wait, did I miss something? No, I don't think I did.
Rise to the top, or get left in the dust.
It's gonna suck to get through that. But yeah, it's a base of 10% crit chance, and then you add on your hit chance if it goes above 95%, and it usually does. If you're smart about positioning and buffs and all that stuff. Damn.
I sense something nearby.
Another one of these. Oh. Is that a power sword or a regular sword? Might be a power sword. The massive Magos, clad in ritual garb, lets out a binaric trill and turns to you. From beneath the deep hood of his mantle, two dimly lit eye implants gaze out at you. You hear another binaric tirade, this time clearly addressed at you. What's the matter, little Tim comrade? Implants on the blink. Forgotten how to speak properly? You dare... Fucking hell, goddamn. I got sugar in my throat. What would be your Mr. Fantastic pose? Probably like this. Well, actually, if I was elastic, I'd probably do some. I'd probably do some fuck shit with my superpowers. You dare address me? God fucking damn it! I'm gonna grab some water because I can't fucking speak. I'll be right back. Give me like 10 seconds. All right. Okay. Clean throat. You trying to avoid that? Keep burping. You dare address me in the vile tongue of savages? Me, the steward of Warhammer, lord of the machine world. Kneel, pathetic spawn, if you seek swift disposal. You propose that I, the rogue trader of the Von Valencius line, kneel before you. I'm giving you 5 minutes. No, not to beg forgiveness, to speak your last words and offer your final confession. You are one of the troglodytes who once had the gall to oppress my comrades and resist my will. A messenger from the barbarian who drank the sacred unguents bestowed upon her through others' toil. Very well, then. Your appearance is the perfect opportunity to teach your ilk a lesson. Hoping I chose sold 7 out of 10. 7 out of 10? Damn it, man. I'm out here trying my hardest, only a 7. My name is Cubus Delphin. I once held the title of Fabricator Center of the Cavagama Manufactorum, but I rejected it, along with the other fetters that hindered progress. Once, my faith was flawed and led naive fools from the cult mechanicus into the darkness of ignorance. Now I am this world's master and serve the true gods. You tread upon their territory and you do not number among their legion servants. Therefore, you must be subject to immediate disposal. As the senior function... What the fuck are you doing all the way over... Oh, wait, we're all the way over here. Never mind. As the senior functioning member of the priesthood of Mars, I, Magos Explorator Pascal Hanuman, declare this temple to the machine god compromised and forthwith forbid all service within it. I dethrone the fabricated censor, the ignorant heretic who has betrayed the Omnissiah, and condemn as anathema any and all standard procedures implemented by him. Let the cycle of the blasphemous operations he has put in motion be discontinued. Pascal switches to binaric, and you hear dissonance burgeoning in the depths of the Forge Cathedral. Some of the giant mechanisms heed his orders and go still, while others, obeying the fabricated sensor's will, continue their work. Crashes, explosions, and the clanging of crumpled metal signify that some dissent among the machines has interrupted the Magnifactoran's production cycle. I didn't realize how long Warhammer dialogue was until you started voicing it all. Hanuman, liar! You are not him. Demons, Hanuman obeys me! His mind is open to the voices of the void, and the scrap code he created protects my world. And I'll not have you, rusted refuse from the misfit castes of explorators, call me ignorant! This statement is false. Your regalia have been revoked. You have been deemed defective and will be eliminated. Initiating heretic search, designation Demons Hanuman. I wish to execute the retribution procedure. So you have traded one master for another. I would have expected a fabricated censor to be smarter than that. I will rip out your spinal column and braid it around my staff, you arrogant creature! This is my world. It will serve only me. Even a cursory analysis of the data shows that the probability of this outcome is negligible. You, like your predecessor, are but an artifact of certain calculations, one that requires minimal resources to revise. I do not know if I have ever seen anything more bizarre than two monkeys vying to prove who possesses the greater hubris. Hey, Elliot, whose fucking side are you on, bitch? God damn. What would be the first thing you do as a Mr. Fantastic who games? If I just became Mr. Fantastic overnight, I'd give my girl that elastic dicking. Give her that stretcho, you know? Hit her with the stretcho. You may be driven by your will to fight, but know this. Kavagama has already been converted. Its lines have been restructured, and its servants have already tasted the fruits of progress. In the crucibles of this manufactorum, torrid liquid metals will be used to forge vessels for sacred spirits. The adepts are already tirelessly delving deeper into new mysteries that were once barred by false tenets. You, servants of fake gods, are too late. The entire might of this world will soon rise up against the anathema and his slaves. Yep, possessed by a demon. TMI, sir, TMI. Hey, you asked. You asked what would be the first thing I'd do, you know? But I do think that if I was elastic, it would very much bleed into my entire life, right? Like, I would just, every time I want to take a step towards the direction, it would just be the entire step. I just stride from point A to point B instead of walking there. Just one single whoop. So many open admissions of heresy and so few sentences. Sister, how many death sentences would you say his words warrant? I cannot answer that, Master Van Calix. It is not my duty to measure the guilt of heretics. When the Adeptus Sororitas appear before enemies of the Imperium, it is time to fire, not count. Appreciate that follow, Kyrian. Welcome to the gym. And now is one of those times. Oh, your 5 minutes have passed. I hereby sentence you to death, and I will be the one to carry it out. Comrades, purge the manufactorum of any random variables. I must prepare for the culmination of our great work. Gut the outsiders. Let their blood mix with oil. Death to apostates. Truth accept the gifts of the faithful. Truth, conceal the path from the empires. Alright, we got a few tech priests there and some Skitari. I ain't worried. I'm just a little upset because there's no way to clear the trauma other than the void ship bridge. Right? Which definitely messes me up. Any hoosers, corrupt his ass. Or set his ass on fire, I mean, not corrupt. He's already corrupted. But as I was gonna say, ignite him, I read the word corrupted, and apparently I'm unable to think of different things at the same time. Is he out of... He's got one less action point. Yeah, that's enough to fuck him up. There's something so funny to me about missing my main target and hitting the guy directly behind him. Let's increase the damage they take and increase the damage we deal. Got Skitari all over here. It's a lot of them, but they're all gonna have to come through here. So I'm not worried, and I don't think there's any on this side. If there were, we might be in a little bit of danger, but there aren't. Ow! Dick! Stop it! Rude. Anyway.
This is unacceptable.
Okay, so this will give us a bunch of extra momentum, and I'll move her here. Face elastic already at all? Like if you pull your face cheek, is it? I got a little bit of elasticity. Make her move. over yonder. Boost. It actually went kind of far. Okay. Let's move you here. Oh, my mistake. Well, let's try and see if you can kill these guys. Only 2 shots? Ah, ran out of bullets.
I refuse.
Yeah, that's the problem with the Stormbolter, right? It doesn't have enough bullets to keep pace. Alright, well. Let's go this way. Charge.
See to it personally.
Do this, which gives us more movement. Observe!
Make it happen.
Bonk!
It's as
Send his
good as done.
bitch ass flying! And cut that guy down. Good damage. Alright, mark him. Prone, nice. Lowers his dodge. I'm gonna put one on him.
Hear you moving. No more.
Should have taken the shot against this guy and then finished him off with the other thing. He's vulnerable though. I was kind of worried about all of those guys, but yeah, my warrior kind of cooked. Let's go ahead and move you closer. You probably don't have the demolition to do anything about that, do you? Definitely not. Ah, fuck it.
Step aside.
Alright. Ha! Fire against the pyromancer.
For the throne.
Let's see. Okay. Did work. Let's get make your mustache longer and funnier. Lol, I can't. I can't. My girlfriend hates the mustache. I have to shave it. I shave it weekly. Who the fuck keeps shooting lightning at me? Like, seriously? You're gonna try and shoot me with lightning? That's your strategy? It's a good strategy, I'm just gonna bully you anyway. You're heretics. So, you know. It's kinda like a thing we gotta do. Mark him. Let's put this on you to increase your damage so that you hit that guy just a little bit harder. Hurt his feelings just a little bit more, you know? No line of sight. Too far. I wish this could heal traumas, but no, it only heals wounds. Alright. Oh, the guy... he died funny. Okay. fire. This automatically reloads, right? Yeah, it does. Do this. Minimum of 1.
As the Emperor
Crap.
commands, I act.
You son of a bitch. God damn it.
In thy light I stand, and thy light
I needed to do this one so she'd reload. Alright, blast that dude to pieces.
I'll do it.
How many of these are you gonna get? 8. I think she actually gets 12. Because I have a thing that increases rate of fire by 50%. Makes you go to babyface. Yeah, but I do look nice with a babyface anyway, so I look nice. I look nice no matter what. I'm a very humble person. It makes me look better. Makes me sexier. Irresistible to women, I would say. Would anyone else? No. Let's give you the damage. Let's make you move a little. End turn. Alright. And fire. Alright, bash that dude's brains out, if you don't mind, Esteban. Thank you. Hello, welcome to Melee.
On it.
Welcome to Melee Range. I'll be your guide.
I won't stand for it.
Go ahead. Walk away from me. Okay, so she needs to move way closer. Can she shoot him from here? No line of sight. Damn. This guy's way too far away. Where are you going? What was the plan? You're just gonna corner yourself further? Okay, I guess. Nobody's in range of helping. Okay, so I've already used this one and this one. Wait, it's... until the start of the next turn, so we gotta do this one. Now, we charge into him.
Who if not me?
Beat him. Just keep beating his ass. Yeah. He just keeps doing deep analysis because now he can't shoot me anymore. Mark him. Buff damage. Buff damage.
You never stood a chance.
Hey, level up. Mizoa pattern arc rifle. Yeah, I don't like those. Ah, son of a bitch. She lost strength, so now she can't have those anymore. Fuck. Ah. Willpower. Sure, give her a bit more health. Combat Master is nice. Take away melee superiority from enemies. Basically, if I'm surrounded, they don't get any benefits for it. That's what that does. Because usually you get a bonus to hit. Strength and willpower maxed out? Sure. It's not a bad one. This would be very stupid to give to a Psyker. Especially him, because he's got high Xeno and Warp lore. +5 stat to every. Ooh, Psycho Extremist. What am I talking about? Yeah. Psi rating 6. Crazy. Crazy strong. Chain Weapon Expert, Drukari, Dual Weapon, Dueling Master. She already has all these other nice ones. Sure, Melta Weapon Proficiency is nice. Wait, she already has a Melta Weapon. I guess Chain Weapon Expert would be not terrible. I'll give her this. Give her extra awareness. Might as well, right? It's better than nothing else. Fellowship and ballistic skills are maxed. Agility makes the most sense. Nothing here is super great. She's the only officer, so I might as well give her this, actually. No. Let's go with Ready to Serve. Okay, let's see here. Yeah, no, we should get you these powers. Increase your damage. Power Sword. Yep, as I thought. Pascal. Oh, we've got a warp check. Marks of Chaos seem to draw your eye and strike terror in you at the same time. Pascal, force your way in that bitch. I'm gonna turn on a light because it's getting dark for me. There's the levers and the reels, whatever. We do the thing. Oh, that would have been funny to use. Aw, missed an opportunity. This wasn't Grimdark. Ooh. Ooh. Meters. Okay, let's see. So, 2026. This melta weapon modified by the Adept's mechanics increased firepower and range. That's insane, brother. That's kind of crazy. That's kind of crazy. Alright, Biomancy. Siphon Life. Actually, not bad. Siphon Life is not bad. 63 damage. Yeah, let him just slurp up 63 of your health. God damn. Brother. Or double it and give it to the next person. What did that do? Oh well. Ooh, goodies. Disarm that. Crack in the wall? Sniff it up. Damn, Argenta. Fucking coke fiend.
Always have a backup plan.
Activate the emergency bridge. Lower that bitch. Beat the log. Step away. Nothing there. What's over here? Screen at the sky shows a scrolling line of repeating technolingua. Staring at the obscure symbols gives you a headache.
Pay attention.
Keep your wits about you.
Go ahead and disarm that. Goodies? Oh. Yes, goodies, but... Broken panel of the conscious sparking. It's blind, dark screens showing nothing. A lot of chaos shit fuckery. Oh, there's loot over there. How did we miss loot over there? What the hell?
Is there money to be made?
Trap detected. Other trap detected. Argenta.
Duty prevails.
I thought she was about to walk into the thing and I was about to get mad. The hell's this? View the log, review supply protocol, spent mass. Actually, I should have kept going forward. To the inside. I don't remember what's in here.
Let us not dawdle.
Whoa. Numerous wires and pipes run to the filthy cages, which are filled with what looks like a conglomeration of human bodies. You cannot make out what is in the cage, but bright blue sparks flash intermittently in the darkness, while the mass of flesh twitches and shudders. Heinrichs casts a scrutinizing eye over one of the cages before withdrawing his weapon and approaching to examine what lies inside. Careful, Heinrichs. Look at it. Through the metal bars you see it truly is a pile of human bodies, or something that used to be. The monstrously deformed bodies are fused together in places, while others were severed with using saws and knives. leaving wounds seeping pus and slime, wounds that are agglutinating and sprouting tendons, rods connected to wires that run to a nearby cogitative bristle across the flesh. One of the human's heads turns to you. Mercy! Make it stop! You examine the pulsating mass of flesh. The creature in the cage seems to be composed of several bodies joined together. You see no sutures or any other means by which the separate parts could have been connected. Among the layers of meat, you can discern large knots of muscle, various limbs, exposed bones, parts of faces, and entire heads. Only warp sorcery is capable of creating such an abomination while preserving its ability to live. What is this? I'm beginning to have some idea. The ex-mechanic mentioned the inhabitants of the lower levels who had been imprisoned in their homes. He said some of them were brought here. The cultists did something to these poor people in their own home. Now they're studying the results. Ex-mechanic talked about some kind of slag waste disposal and chaos symbols on machines. What are the arch-enemy's minions doing to the people of the lower levels? To know the workings of dark sorcery means allowing corruption into oneself. These are warp mutations, no doubt. Perhaps there was some side effect, and that is why they were brought here, to be connected to sensors and cogitators. Even fallen tech priests who have rejected them, the Omnisci, are driven by a perverted hunger for knowledge. Why are they hooked up to the cogitators? Linguotechnics, corrupted by the scrap code, I'm sure. It's unlikely we will be able to extract anything of value from their data crypts. Thinking, Heinrich clenches his fist and bites down on a knuckle, then recoils when the mutant from the nearest cage reaches a hand out to him through the bars. You promised us! Who are you talking to? What have they promised you? Who are you? Who are they? You took us from the Inferno. Promised us a reward. You. Her face contorts in a grimace and the creature's lips stick together like melted wax. Be damned. They can still speak. They remember the people who did this to them. Perhaps a little biomancy will allow us to draw the fragments of knowledge out of them. Or it will trigger further changes. If there's something that will make them talk, we must use it. Yes. It's possible another person would refuse to make such a choice, but we can use this situation to help the investigation. I'm not going to argue with you. It seems to me your mind is already made up. I did the dogmatic one, right? Yeah. Heinrich hesitates for a moment, then closes his eyes and raises a hand. You're enveloped by an otherworldly chill. The mass of flesh in the cage suddenly rears up. The mutant wrenches open its glued-together lips and begins wailing frantically. The shrieking is echoed by a chorus of howls and tortured moans coming from the neighboring cages. Liar! You promised to kill me! You promised deliverance! Every one of you, everyone told me to have hope, and the pain would go away. Accept the truth, for that is hope. My only hope is to be freed from this pain. Please make it so. Make it so. The lump of flesh behind her head shudders and sends out a smooth, fat tentacles that cover her wailing face and drag it into itself. You feel the pressure in your ears. From the cage, you hear a steady, almost imperceptible sound that fills you with despair and horror. Croxseed. With a sigh, Heinrich lowers his hand and looks at what the creature within the cage has become. A wetly gleaming mass of meat and gristle no longer bears any hint of its human origin. Pulses vigorously. And that's it. The lamentations of dying people? No, not just that. What it said about hope sounds like a lie of chaos, which it uses to take root in weak minds. I believe the corrupted tech priest repeated this phrase like an echo of what had been instilled in them. Whatever the cult of the Final Dawn is planning, false hope is a key component of their plan. It's a lead. A small one, but still a lead. It's that then. Do you know what bothers me, Rogue Trader? The number of people here. There are too few. The lower levels of similar manufactoriums are inhabited by millions. What happened to the rest of them? Oh, I won't like the answer. Let's go. We still haven't done what we came here for. We got nothing out of that.
Steeped in corruption, which means that it must be cleansed with fire down to the last crevice.
Relax, Argenta.
Sister, tame your fervor. Your zeal is laudable, but first I must ascertain the intentions of the Archenemy, not crush his manifestations without a second thought.
Okay, but crack is fun.
Rise to the top, or get left in the dust.
Datebolt. The massive cogitator grows out of the metal bulkheads like a grotesque tumor. A hollow roar sounds from deep within the metal housing. Whatever spurred the computer into action, it has enough power to supply a small command center. As soon as your eyes fall upon the cogitator, you feel it tingling in your temples. Every nook, every component of the machine radiates a sense of wrongness. And that is difficult to explain, but no less palpable for that. It is as though the construct itself defies the laws of physics and perspective. Stop, Esteban. That is a creation of the archenemy. Don't go near it. You've done enough for me and my mission. Don't put yourself at risk now. As soon as Heinrichs takes another step toward the cogitator, it emits a deafening shriek, like hundreds of metal needles driving into toughened glass, as though sensing the stranger. Wincing, Heinrichs approaches the control panel and bends down towards the screens. Despite the heat clogging the room, you feel an ice-cold breeze. Heinrichs is clearly using his psychic abilities to try to fend off the pernicious effects of the Chaos artifact. The Omnissiah's grace has not touched this object. This mechanism was not desecrated but born flawed and unnatural, and most profane. Initiating observation log. Let not fear stand in the path of knowledge. You just said this thing is an abomination, that you're going to immerse yourself in it in order to study it. Doesn't the thought repel you? Squeamishness is not a relevant factor. I have conducted the relevant assessments. The risk of spiritual harm is acceptable. The importance of obtaining the information is critical. A minute passes, then another. You watch Heinrichs examine the cogitator. His eyes scan the screens, his hands darting from the reel to the lever, sometimes hovering uncertainly over the next switch, which immediately receives a coating of frost. At some point you hear his voice, almost a whisper, barely audible above the clanging, roaring machine. Sacrifices. More and more sacrifices every minute. Hecatum determinans. The womb of this cursed machine is down on the lower levels. The auxiliary enumerator controls the system for delivering molten waste under the manufactorum's main building. This cogitator is fueled by the energy harnessed from thousands of people who are flowing beneath our feet as slag waste as we speak. I cannot even imagine the reason for sacrificing all these people. It's inconceivable. Now we know why the fabricator sensor prized this monster so highly. The cursed tech priest and his associates created something that went beyond the limits of the Omnissiah's power. This machine is designed to process myriad possibilities using warp sorcery. It's almost finished its task. It predicts the future, Esteban. How's that even possible? Do not attempt to gain insight into the essence of the machines corrupted by the archenemy. At least not if you value your soul. Having countered the heretics and mechanical abominations before, to truly fathom their nature is to allow a particle of death into your heart. But the fruit they bear, no matter how abhorrent their instruments, the fruit they bear could be useful. You intend to let a creation from beyond the veil do what it was designed to do. Is it not your calling to protect your kind from the schemes and temptations of Salem Thresh? You cannot understand this, Xenos. Knowing one's enemy is the path towards destroying them. If in order to prevent countless future calamities I must perpetrate one of my own, such is my duty to the Golden Throne. Not only do you not keep watch over your kin, you even sacrifice your own souls to your dead god. It is astounding. Yes, let's allow the machine to finish the calculation. I wish to know what precisely the cult's minions were so desperate to see in the future. Perhaps, if we were to increase the power, it'd be finished sooner. The spawn of chaos has no place on my world. Whack. It bleeds. Hynix fails to stop you in time. Your blow sends the torn cables whipping out in every direction, scattering sparks and droplets of noxious scarlet slime. Not on my worlds. Okay. Apply as many stacks of this shit on it as I can fathom. This will reduce its thing by... No. Why did it take damage? Doesn't matter.
I understand your intention.
Should have actually shot it normally, because this is better for finishing blows.
Fortune favors the swift, if it serves your cause.
Oh, a Herald of Zinch. Yep, power her up as much as you can. Make this thing give us more momentum, and go ahead. Shoot it more.
This tedium is beneath me.
It's as good as done.
Get him, and send his bitch ass flying.
Let's see to it.
What of the Emperor? Hammer.
I won't object to it.
Okay. Right, forgot about that.
Faith without
Right,
deeds
let's do
is
Reckless Rush. How much damage?
As the Emperor commands, I act.
God damn. Okay. What is this effect? Cut those two down. Kill it. Kill it.
Deal death with my hands.
Almost certainly this this ends now, though. What have you done? Years of work, agents' lives sacrificed to uncover the cult's secrets, and you destroyed it all in one fell swoop. I can't hope any loyal servant of the Emperor would. Yes, Esteban. You acted as the will of the Imperium dictates to all its humble lay people. It was a mistake that you would see the difference between people like me and people like you. At any rate, rogue trader, the Inquisitor will hear about this in my report. Good. That thing needed to be destroyed. Nothing about that thing could have ever been of use to us.
A Xenos among humans. Inviting her to join us is like clasping a serpent to your bosom.
Don't monkey believe that hardship brings fortitude. Use me as a whetstone for your spirit if you wish, but keep your impure speech to yourself from now on.
What's over here? Let's not go that way, I guess.
On it.
What's this? Some guy is asking for access codes you do not have. Cargo lift for transporting parts. Don't have the cyber codes. Guess we can't go that way yet. What's this? A desecrated altar to the Omnissiah. The purity seals have been torn off, the data slates with sacred codes shattered, and some of the teeth on the gear adornments broken off.
Always keep your eye on the prize.
This eerie-looking makeshift structure is an altar to Tzeentch. Amidst the revolting totems and twisted symbols dedicated to the Chaos God, you notice a string of nines burned into the metal surface. Oh, damn it. I heard your footsteps in the void. You are von Valancius, are you not? Initiating arrest procedure. This unit is using a fabricated identification code which constitutes a grade 4 transgression. Pascal, do you have any preferences regarding the killing of your former tech comrade? Pascal switches to Technolingua, his vox erupting in a series of binaric signals. There is no need for secrecy. Let him understand. Following a voluntary surrender, I will be willing to commute the punishment from immediate destruction to arrest and isolation, for the purposes of conducting an exhaustive interrogation. Does that not violate some protocol or other? Indeed, Tech Comrade, does it not violate the Dharma of purity? Your possible familiarity with matters related to the fate of the Blessed Amanat justifies this violation. A wise decision, Pascal. Request denied, Tech Comrade. You will have to pull what I know out of my head. Polite. At least I thought so, yeah. Hit that Rust Stalker. I think from here she can hit everybody with this. Very nice.
Doubt is for the weak.
How it flees. Oh no. Missed. Well, missed her, not me. That one missed. Did that affect us? Doesn't seem like it. Good. An attempt. Not a particularly good one, mind you. Dead. Dead on its next turn, as is that Vox Skull. Ow.
If I must.
Okay, blast him with this first. Which puts down the thing. Then this. Can this finish him off? Probably not. But if I give her an extra turn, she can do it.
No weakness is hidden from my sight.
High momentum.
Investigate that. Buffs.
More trouble than it's
More
worth.
buffs. More buffs. Fire. Extra fire. Oh yeah. This guy's taking damage. I wonder if I'd be able to kill him with a charge now. Ho ho ho! That's damage. I am taking his neural cogitator. The data contained within must be analyzed to supplement the catechism of maintenance and operation. Do you intend to pull that thing out of his head? Revolting. What if it's contagious? Request denied. The value of the data justifies the risk. Pascal leans over the corpse, activates the sampling tool on one of his mechadendrites, and plunges it into the tangle of augmentics covering the heretic's skull. Couldn't be me, not gonna lie. This is actually a little stronger. Extra logic. This gives her 10 to everything, and so does this. This only gives 10 to logic. Warp check?
Easily done.
The vats, which were previously used to store fuel oil, have been turned into reservoirs for blood. An ingredient for the vile rituals that have replaced the orderly protocols of the Manufactorum. You.
I always keep my options open.
What's this? Redemption gauntlets. Made against enemies under the effect of physical. Eh. That sort of buff is neat, but like, compared to just killing them outright, it's not as good. I feel like that was unnecessary. Like, it's not that hard to just climb in, grab it, and then climb back out. It was pretty doable, actually. Let's go. Cars filled with refuse, broken pieces of spare parts, chopped up lumps of flesh, bits of wine, and rubbish. Rubbish. That's not the word I'd use. Oh, adaptive flak vest. Grants the wearer plus 3 deflection and 15% out at the beginning of every combat. During the first 3 rounds, the bonus to deflection is reduced by -1 and armor -5 at the end of each round. This is actually pretty strong for somebody like you. Because you do have the intelligence for it. Like, he's pretty much the only guy here that has a lot of intelligence. So this gives more armor, a little bit less dodge, but his dodge isn't, like, super high anyway. And then the damage resistance, like, rarely do fights go beyond the first 2 rounds, right? So this is gonna just always be in effect, pretty much.
Is there money to be made?
Goods. Grab the goodies. A door. Open the door. The way the game stopped there to save made me think it was gonna crash. Several lumens light up on the panel. You hear distinct clicks and the construct goes quiet, clearly having fulfilled its purpose. Neat. The last thing of the Von Valancius. The last cache of, the last data cache that Theodora left behind.
I always have a backup plan.
Input the code to disable the traps. Request Theodora's data and dialogue. What the fuck?
Let's see to it.
No, it doesn't heal toxin. God damn it. Well, let's go into the, I think, oh boy, Chaos Marine. The Chaos Space Marine towers over the Tech Priest's bowed heads like a dark cliff. He's reciting a sermon, slowly, almost chanting. From the mere sound of his deep, low voice, you break into a cold sweat and your gorge rises. Listen, for my words reveal to you a path from the darkness onto the primordial truth, which has thrown open its gates for wayward souls seeking deliverance from the shroud of lies and torments of enslavement. Your minds have shed the bonds of the dogma that has guided you into the abyss. Accept now the hope granted to you by the greatest of the word-bearers. Sacrilege! Here, on the soil of an imperial world. I knew our meeting on Rikard Minoris wouldn't be the last. To run into this anathema here. Kavagama did not merely succumb to heresy, Esteban. Your world is in the clutches of the greatest evil known to the Imperium. The new sphere signature of the defective units has been archived. In accordance with the sacred commandments, I will tolerate no heresy and hereby sentence you to categorical disposal without redemption. Interrupt the sermon with a paean to the God Emperor. The words of the righteous hymn cut through the torrent of the heretic's impious proclamation. Just a permanent +1 to action points? That's crazy. You feel as if the light of the Emperor himself touches your heart, warming it with grace and protecting it from the malignant corruption. The Chaos Space Marine roars in fury as the Tech Priests turn and charge you as if on cue.
Be your downfall.
Take heed, rogue trader.
Request approved.
Okay, it's a regular bolter. Still an Astartes bolter, but still.
My vow is to serve.
Go ahead and take cover right there.
I serve the ruinous powers!
I am your doom.
Oh, she's wearing a gas mask. Get off me, pussy. Did that just switch the gear that this one had on? Or did I see that wrong? Am I stupid, or did what I think happen? More tough cultists taking their moves. Tries hard to hit, not worried.
For the weak.
I'll make it happen.
More momentum. Man, when his turn comes, he's just gonna kill all of these guys. Curse Spring. Wow. Well, he's dead anyway, so we got that momentum. Which is good. He's moved, though. That's fine. Go ahead and apply that to him. What does this do again? Enemy and is this additional opening is hit. What do openings do? 10% extra damage.
I understand your intent.
Extra benefit from the cover, extra ballistic skills, all that stuff. Mark him to shoot him again. Send him flying.
I'll see to it personally.
Mark him. Send him flying again. Then get out of the way. But stay on top of him. What is Curse Bringer? What does this do? Any damage that curses the target, increase critical hit chance against them. Cursed targets also get a guaranteed critical hit in their next attack. Weird that he would curse me, which buffs me. Kill the guy. Okay, and let's heal Argenta. She's taking damage. gun down. It's this that's giving this the power. Yeah, it's just flat 43 extra damage. Wow. Insane. Insane. Okay, Jay, go ahead and finish this guy off. I'll give you the honors. Sure. Damn, shot him in the face so hard his legs fell off. Arc Strategist's Mantle. Combat tactics areas are increased by 5% for 1 round if the wearer uses a stratagem different from the one used before, or if none were used before it. This effect does not stack. Aw. It should. It'd be funny. But yeah, I'll give them this just because it's an extra 5%. The thing he had was just a little fire immunity, nothing that useful. Plus, ending burning on allies is actually bad for our Pyromancer. I.e. Heinrichs. Okay. Every time we have to fight Chaos Space Marines, I get stressed out because they're fucking scary.
See? Right
They
there.
deal a lot of damage, and they're tough too. Like, really tough.
Rise to the top,
Scary.
or get left in the dust.
Hello, Fabricator Sensor Cubis Stealthin. You! The probability of navigating your way, of reaching the inner line, was negligible. Primordial truth guards me in my work. Why is it that this variable has yet to be eliminated? Because the schemes of the ruinous powers are powerless against the servants of the God Emperor who are guided by his light. Let's go with this one. I shall venture a guess. It is because I am the illustrious rogue trader von Valatius, conqueror of the Coronis Expanse, and you are a talking piece of refuse. How dare you insult me? Your insolence is an unexpected factor. No matter. The error will soon be rectified. Soon! Why don't I just kill you along with your minions and be done with it? I would not count on such an outcome. Although, probability recalculation shows that even your unforeseen appearance and disappointing resilience can serve progress. Where else would I have found a suitable specimen for practical testing? Hey, Esteban, you sick of listening to the ramblings of this rusty cog yet? It's like he's stalling for... Huh. The Fabricator's senses straightens his back and shoulders. You hear a mounting hum as if from some powerful turbines, followed by heavy footsteps and the grinding of metal against metal. A second Forge Fiend. Okay. I feel like that wasn't necessary. You didn't need to step on those guys. Witness the weapon designed to carry the glory of the true gods into the darkness of the Coronis Expanse. My shepherd has sent me one of his iron angels so that its very presence may instill faith and awe in the heart of his flock. Accept the greatness of the primordial truth, united with the might of the new Kyabagama, and perish. This would hit a lot harder if this guy wasn't here. For the Imperium and the God Emperor, accept this new cat sacrifice sacred truth. No. the one that's going to get to go first. So I'm going to want to shoot it with Argenta right away. Let's also reduce the damage it deals. Okay, so now we're in a good position to just empty into them. It's a very high armor though. That is a problem. On fire though, which is nice. Ow. Heinrichs. You're our resident psyker, so I'm going to trust you to be able to deal with these bitches. Fire. And Word of the Emperor. Increase everybody's resolve. Buff. Buff. Why is that thing? Oh, it's a weaker version. This one's tougher. Huh, that's weird. Okay, where's the weak point? On the other side. Should those be spawning, like, closer to me? I should not have done that right away. I should have shot with my hardest hitting shots first. Hit him with that. I should have done one of those other ones, but whatever.
But of course, Lord Captain.
Go ahead and finish this thing off. God damn, that's so much damage. Alright, put it on everybody. Shield. Increase everybody's deflection and armor. Immediately we cannot be damaged. Okay, she can, but she's weak. So it doesn't count. Plasma blast over there. Good damage. Damn it, I missed. I missed, not him. Like, I meant to click him, but I clicked the box. This thing is really heavily armored, actually.
It cleanses the body.
Go ahead and buff. Buff again. Mark it. Go get his ass.
My gut tells me it's a bad idea.
Too easy.
Who if not me? I am ready for whatever comes. The best defense is a good offense. Consider this a taste of
And
what's to come.
finish it off.
Your end was inevitable.
This battlefield air is good for my lungs.
100+ damage. With no setup, just the passive buffing of getting stronger and stronger throughout the battle. Alright, what's this do? 20 tech use. Sure. Last gun, chain axe. I don't know, I do like having these ones as like just a little boop boop to throw out. And the tech use, does he need it? No, he doesn't need it. Actually, we should keep that. Hold on. I'm remembering that there is a thing that's really important later on that we're going to need as much logic and tech use on him as we can fathom. Wait, there's something over here. I think I have an idea what it is. It's most likely related to something around here, like right at the start, that we saw and never picked up. Because it said I didn't have the, like, necessary passwords. And I'm guessing that's something I missed around here, even though we, like, went through every cogitator we found. Succeeded on every check and stuff.
Keep your wits about you.
Aha! Found it. Alright, we're gonna suffer some more wounds, most likely. Because I'm impatient. So we go here, and we need to stop right here.
Is there money to be made?
What do you mean?
My reckoning will be swift.
The fuck are you talking about? You stopped! I saw you stop, and then I go, and then you start going again. What the fuck? Nah, that shit was cheap. I'm glad that that at least we're at the very end. Because that shit was fucking cheap. No reason for it to do that.
Success is the only outcome I accept.
Fucking hell, seriously? No, I think there was something I missed. There's some loot somewhere. That's annoying as hell. some interactable around here that I didn't touch.
I won't let it define me. Let us not dawdle.
Oh. First, a still breathing man. I knew there was something I missed. Machine spirit, deliver me. Who did this to you? My comrades, machine spirit. Has the Omnissiah truly abandoned us? Kavagama has fallen into the maw of the eternal enemy. The holy magi, they succumbed to heresy. The fee, they stripped. Wait. The rest was stripped of their true flesh to feed the heresy. Preserve us, deliver me from erring. Sacrifice, living. I'm gonna stop this fucking up my throat. Such senseless savagery. What a horrible fate to be betrayed by one's own. I attest to the 3 categorical requirements for assigning the status of martyr of the faith have been met. Opposition to the enemy, preservation of adherence to dogma, and a brutal death. Requesting the right to extract the subject's organic matter for it to be used in the creation of an honorable servo skull. It's an honor. I am thankful for the right to serve. Steel your heart, servant of the Imperium. Your words will help me bring down those who have betrayed Kavagama. No machine spirit, angel of the Deus Mechanicus that I saw the fabricants ripping the flesh out of our tech comrades, chanting a litany over vessels of corruption, sarcophagi forged from corrupted metal, unholy shells designed to house evil. The fabricator censor does not serve the Omnissiah, he obeys a different power, the one whose herald came to Kavagama at the onset of the insurgency. Alright, and then he died. Rip.
I always keep my options open.
If nothing else, the heretics are creative. Turning a fan into a mulcher.
I always have a backup plan.
Let me see. Going to the bridge on the Fireborn. Oh. So I just missed out on that. That's shitty. The Fireborn was that ship where you got to split into 3 and then... It's something I've talked about before. I think it's shitty that you just give the option for the player to miss out on content that they might be interested in by just them not knowing, right? Like, it's shitty. Like, you tell me there's nothing of use on the bridge. You tell me the bridge is dangerous and not to go to the bridge. I'm not going to go to the bridge, and then you fuck me over. Alright. Alright, let's get out of here. That upset me. Purify and restore Kavagama no matter the cost. Cool. Cursed boots. this. Whenever the wearer ends their turn, they deal 1 warp adjacent and to the wearer themselves. But also deals additional warp damage to enemies. New. Dark Makeza. A Cogni weapon inhabited by a bloodthirsty machine spear, famous for its ferocity and fondness for slaughter. Oh. You know what? Sure. I think I'll go for that one. Oh, what's this? 1523. This weapon deals 8% more damage to Xenos. It's intelligence, right? No, it's Lore Xenos. What's our boy's Lore Xenos? Not that high. Yeah, it's divided by 4, so it'd actually be 20%. No. Yeah, 20% extra, something like 20% extra damage. Not that amazing. We'll go with this one. Alright, let's go back to the bridge. And drop stuff off with the Kazbalika. Because they like heretic stuff. Okay, actually, hold on. Clear selection. So, heretic trophies. Okay. Then you've got the melee stuff, yeah. See here, these guys like ship components. Okay. We're gonna actually, we'll give these guys everything, yeah, sure, whatever. We're now high enough that we can do the other thing too. Power axe, cool. Okay, you take this back and take this back. Add that to cargo. I never knew that this guy could use the metal weapons. I guess I'll give it to him. She is an iconoclast. Oh, that's why he had a backpack, because it's a... Oh, I see. So yeah, hers deals more damage, has more range, more same ammo, but yeah. A lot more armor piercing, because it's a hell gun. Let's see all of these. Actually, hold on. Fellowship. Stable routes. Weapon skill, agility, sure, strength, a little bit more damage. What's this? Plus 5 each time their ability affects an ally. This effect remains until the end of combat. Yeah. And she is an iconoclast, right? Yeah, she's got adherent, which I think is what this needs. Yeah, needs adherent, and then she gets +1 resolve each time she kills something. For each enemy killed until the end of combat. It doesn't specify that it's with this thing, but we'll see. She's got how much resolve? 9. So we'll have to check each time something dies near her. Okay, but it is actually I said I wanted to respec Argenta, so let's do that first. Not what I meant to do. Go ahead and respec Argenta. Yes. Okay, so let's see here. After the soldier deals damage to 3 different enemies, the soldier gains 20% more damage for their next attack. Okay. Soldier gains 8% crit chance. Bonuses doubled against enemies for protected by cover. Each shot fired grants them +1 agility. That's really good. Integrity. Sure, muzzle velocity is good. It's extra flat damage. Flat damage is OP as hell. Ballistic skill is priority for her. Yeah, each time she deals damage, increase her crit damage. No heresy. Demolition engineer. Increase demolition. Increased rate of fire is nice. Because it's just extra shooting. Extra ballistics. Agility. We'll finish off with perception, because it also reduces dodge. Let's concentrate fire. Next range made by itself. Huge. Why did I not get this before? That is an insane amount of damage. And I'm so stupid. I just sold the thing that I could use to increase my fire damage by a flat amount. I didn't even know that was a thing, though. My bad. Let's get Cleansing Faith. Actually, let's start grabbing heavy weapon proficiency. Let's grab the heavy weapon stuff where we can get it. So, heavy weapon proficiency. Then here we want the other stuff. So there's Where is it? Ah, too low level. Okay. Extra agility. Let's grab this other stuff. So, stronger together. Litany of hatred. So it's agility, weapon, no, ballistic skills, and willpower. That's the stats that we're raising for her. And Arch Militant. And we're getting... What's Reckless Rush again? Yeah, we're getting Reckless Rush. Always ready. Ballistic skill. Broad expertise is neat, but it's only like +6 ballistic skill. There's other stuff. Extra crit damage. She crits a lot, so yeah. It's fine. I need to check. Did I get the dash? No. No, yes, I did. I did get dash, so I don't need kick. So, Reckless Rush, always ready. Okay. Crit versatility. Ballistic skills. Wildfire. Now we can get Breakpoint. Demolition. Adaptability. Something just beeped in my ear. Not sure what. Grab. I think it's Overpower now. Overpower. Yeah. Breaking point is damage, right? Just straight damage with heavy weapons. And 10% chance. Oh no, wait. +1 and 10 and plus 10% damage and ignore 2 deflection. Thought it was a chance to ignore deflection, but no, I was wrong. Reducing enemy armor and dodge doesn't matter. +1 damage when anyone uses a heroic thing. Arch Miller reaches 0 wounds while under the effects of that. No. Use both. Lore Imperium. Where's Wildfire? Flashfire. This increases the usefulness of Wildfire by so much, it's ridiculous. Okay, let's grab some... Well, first of all, I think we need, what was it? We actually should grab... We'll get it from Arch Militant, actually. It won't be... It's fine. I should get these ones. Kick. Heavy Gunner. Willpower. Lore Imperium. +1 stack of versatility for each extra turn. Ballistic set. Willpower. Willpower's maxed out. Perception, which it's to reduce, actually no, strength. We need strength. Increase our strength so we can wear power armor, eventually. Difficulty gains against attacks at the end. Also permanently increase. Yeah, increase resolve. Resolve is huge. Okay. Satisfied with this change. She's got a lot more willpower now. She's got a lot more ballistic skills, focused on agility. Yeah. Yeah, I like it. I'm just gonna give this stuff to him to make sure he doesn't lose it. Yeah, 11% extra armor. I think I'll give... How often is this gonna come in handy? Never, because if he can't attack, he can buff. No reason to give that to him. This guy, however, benefits from this a lot. Actually, no, he doesn't, because he can always just buff. Damn, who do I have that routinely doesn't finish all his attacks? I guess no one anymore. No one. Wow. This is for allies. Yeah. Each time an ability affects an ally, and you know, he pumps those out like crazy. Gets like 20 extra willpower in one turn. Really, really strong. I guess these are just throwaways now. Let me double check something. Yeah, nope, don't have it no more. Oh well. It's fine. But with that being said, it's about time to end the stream, guys. So, I hope everybody enjoyed. I know I did. It was a lot of fun. Tomorrow we're going to be playing some Dragon Age Origins. We're going to be doing some custom campaigns because I downloaded some that look like fun, and I've been meaning to do them for a while, like actual years, and I just never got around to it.